This is volume 3 of Interpretation of a Satsang. This will be an ongoing series regarding the examination and overview or a different perspective and interpretation of a satsang based on any of the more prominently or more popularly viewed satsangs that are recorded off of YouTube or onto YouTube that are uploaded onto YouTube, of course, from various parts of the world. And the idea was just simply conjured to take some of these, as I said before, more popular or more frequently seen non-duality speakers that are speaking about non-duality, when in fact non-duality just simply means, or is defined as not two, not two of anything. There's neither here or there as a fixed position in space and time, as an example. There's not a me and a separate you in the audience. Everything that is visibly observable or observably visible in mirrors is seemingly so based on the apparent movement or the apparent succession of events that everything appears to be movement as a series of events based on time that is timing those appearances of events that are apparently appearing to happen based on witnessing happenings happening. Everything that is, seemingly was, and has yet to appear to be, is all included within what can only be construed using the English language with various terms and phrases, sometimes quotes, transcribed meetings and gatherings of apparent appearances of body minds, humanly corporeal, that are humanly corporeal in nature. The human corporeal form, as in the biological humanoid form that is most commonly described and pointed to or associated with the human race or the human species, and the various biological appearances and variety, the infinitesimal complexification of variety, as appearances appear as they do. That which arises as empty fullness, or all that is and all that is not empty fullness, apparently appearing both real and unreal, observable and unobservable, knowable and unknowable, for nobody, for no apparent reason, meaning, and purpose other than of its own accord and volition. That which arises will arise regardless of what any body mind as a conjured self claiming to be an individual entity separate from everybody and everything else. In that sense of separation, the writings of the Upanishads regarding Advaita Vedanta, non-duality, describe what non-duality, Advaita Vedanta, explains whenever there is this sense of separateness, a separate sense of the self, a conjured self, how that's conjured. There's a mental thought system. Mental thought system is an energetic movement, likened to a river flowing, and the activity of a river flowing, that energetic movement, can be described as everything that appears as it does, temporally so, and as an overlay, temporally witnessed as things appearing as everything, a scene, or the visual field, that is witnessed by body minds, apparently appear to accompany everything that appears as things, as something. Something that's appearing in everything as everything only apparently appear to be separate things. And so in that sense of separation, or that sense of a conjured self that believes that they are limited to the idea or the sensation of being anchored or connected to a body-mind that is self-identified with, simply because the mind of a body-mind, the brain, perceives reality in that way. If the mind of a body-mind is perceiving reality based on the visual field, the eyes of that body-mind, begin to conjure and entertain ideas, thought forms, thought patterns, transmissions from the mental thought system. The mental thought system, again, as an energetic movement that saturates, in a sense, in the manner of speaking. It's mingling, it's coalescing, it's merged as a layer of reality. This effort, or this this seemingly individual effort from a body-mind that is attempting to understand, comprehend, to know what it is and what it is witnessing around it. No. That which is witnessing as a body-mind, as a separate body-mind, that is visibly observable in mirrors, temporally so, and mingling as an impermanent state. Impermanence can be described as that which is not change. When we say impermanence, means it is not necessarily the cause of change, but it is the energetic movement of that which apparently appears to cause change to appear as though change is happening. Nothing is changing, nothing has ever changed, but the apparent appearance of change is caused by the various types of overlaid energetic movements across the visual field of a reality frame. The reality frame is apparently appearing to be that which is visibly observable through the eyes of a body-mind. The body-mind, therefore, can be construed as an avatar, and reality as the game grid, if we were to use a so-called modern euphemism or modern metaphor as an example of what all of life and all of reality apparently appears to be. The holographic universe, the matrix idea, the idea that reality is a matrix and that it is a computer simulation, and that all information that is gathered and interpreted by a body-mind is part of what apparently appears to be happening or witnessed, as though events are arising from nowhere, out of nothing. Therefore, it has been stated via Upanishads, the writings of the Vedic Vedanta Upanishads, and some of the writings of the Bhagavad Gita regarding Advaita Vedanta, non-duality, as a way that the body-mind and groups of body-minds apparently appeared to gather together to make some effort or make some type of an attempt to understand and to create knowledge and to gather information and structure that information together as a teaching or as an explanation regarding that which is witnessed as everything arising and appearing as it does. Everything that's arising of its own accord and volition apparently appears to be what could be construed as empty fullness. All that is and all that is not empty fullness, for no body, for no particular individual entity that may appear, may or may not appear as though independently individuated or singularly based on appearance alone. But that is the teaching of non-duality, Advaita Vedanta, that everything that appears and arises as it appears is both an appearance of activities of arising, of a series of events, as though everything is happening all at once, and the idea and the ability of a body-mind, the mind of a body-mind, to conjure past memories. The past memories of information contained within all that is, or in as everything simply is, simply this, empty fullness, is interpreted and perceived via perceivers. The perceivers would be the body minds. And the impermanence of that is temporally so in space and time, and yet the energetic movement that is apparently causing what is seemingly witnessed as everything appearing as something, everything appearing as objects, the subject, object, the idea of separate subjects and separate objects, separate subjects to talk about, separate objects to subjectively quantify or discuss about. With via the sciences would be the act or the knowledge of attempts to explain how and why reality appears as it does. There have been so-called breakthroughs via astrophysicist results in examining in great detail the nature of reality. And so far, the idea of a matrix of a holographic universe is becoming a bit more well known or agreed upon by more groups of body minds that are appearing as individual groups of body minds getting together, gathering, and seemingly taking up space in space and time, and seemingly spending. The spending of time is not exactly exhausting time, but these figures of speech and these ways to describe what every body is witnessing, simultaneously witnessing, and can communicate with each of the other body minds that apparently appear separate and individual, as though there are conjured selves or conjured self-identities or self-identifications as a singular living entity that is seemingly separate from everybody and everything else. The characteristics of that seeming separation is seemingly and apparently so based on that which is observably visible in mirrors. That which is observably visible in mirrors is apparently relegated to that which is knowable, and that which can be witnessed and described and visually observed, although through eyes that are not owned by any particular body mind, and yet they are the eyes used by a body mind that apparently appears as a separate body mind. And as a result of however, the development of the human species, of the human form, to appear as it does and then to describe itself as a biological entity, and that it has various characteristics and it is of various appearances and types, and then the use of languages to describe that which is witnessed in what apparently appears to be some type of reality frame. And therefore, the minds of body minds gathered together and decided, seemingly so, decided between all the other apparent appearances of body minds to gather together and create and form groups, and these groups of body minds gather together to share in similar beliefs. And these beliefs sprung from explanations, specific types of explanations based on specific perceptions of observing reality. As reality is observed, these religions and spiritual teachings sprung up as various different groups of body minds began to express, and began to express based on various energetic movements of energy fields, each energy field seemingly oscillating on a particular frequency of resonance. That frequency of resonance would be based on energetic movements of electromagnetic energy, impulses of various frequency ranges. And so the sciences And those body minds that were seemingly interested in the attempt to explain or an attempt to define that which is everything. Therefore, it could be construed that a choice can be extrapolated from the mind of a body mind to decide that it is going to gather with other body minds that are seemingly separate and yet seemingly expressing in a similar fashion. Energy fields, therefore, would be thereby gathering together and forming a massive energy field, if you will, or a group of energy fields that gets together and create a very unique larger energetic field based on the smaller energetic fields getting together. There are so many different ways to try to describe that. And yet, these attempts may not even matter. It is simply an apparent appearance of body minds gathered together and seemingly doing something. The activity of doing, the actions that are taken by body minds, apparently appearing to taking action towards explaining what is being visibly observable via the body mind's mind, or the brain of a body mind, and groups of body minds that are entertaining thoughts that are shared thoughts via a mental thought system. Now, it has been explained via particular speakers of non-duality. And Advaitans, we have been witnessing this since the World Wide Web, the Internet network is accessible to various body minds that are apparently appearing in reality on the story of Earth, and that everything that is expressed via a body mind is a story of a body mind that is witnessing the story of Earth and is going to express it in its own way. And when I say in its own way, in the energetic movement or the frequency of that unit of local quality of consciousness energy form, based on what it had witnessed and been exposed to, the activities of going about witnessing reality as time continues to seemingly move everything that is observably visible, and move that as though there is movement and action and events happening and things happening. As far as things happening, everything has already happened, is always happening, and is in the activity of happening all the time. These paradoxical phrases are expressed using the English language whenever attempts are made to explain what is seemingly causing everything to appear as it does, as though there is contextual content, or that there are things, objects appearing as though they are separate when they are part of everything that's appearing. Therefore, there's that struggle and that apparent appearance, or that feeling via a body mind that has conjured the idea and has been convinced via the mental thought system to perceive and utilize the brain, the mind of a body mind in such a way that it can feel separate and alone and isolated from everybody and everything else that it witnesses, observably visible in mirrors around itself, as though there is another place outside of itself, round about itself. Therefore, the teachings of Buddhism and Hinduism and other isms were conjured by the body minds that were entertaining these ideas to make an attempt or to try and describe and explain what has been witnessed or what is being witnessed. Now, has been, will be, and is one way of describing that which is observed as reality appears to be everything. Everything, no thinging, and no thing, everythinging. No separate thing as a separate thing. No separate cup as a separate cup. It is a cup cupping. Therefore, separate objects that are apparently appearing as separate objects are not separate. But that which causes the visual field to appear as though there's a separate object within the visual field is everything, is empty fullness. Everything that's contained within empty fullness is both real and unreal. It's real in a sense that it appears separate, such as an object defined and held by a hand of a body mind to say that that is a spoon. That is a spoon spooning. In other words, the energetic movement behind that which causes the visual field of that form is mingling with everything, with all that is. All that is everything appearing as something as though separate, when it is still part of the same thing, which is everything and no thing. Nothing. So this is nothing appearing as everything. Within everything, it is defined as something, and then it is broken down based on a perception of a body mind that is utilizing the mental thought system in such a way that it has become convinced or believes in a manner of thinking that it is separate when it is part of everything and nothing. No particular thing particular, and yet part of everything, just as a drop in the ocean or a molecule in the air, in space, or in the environment of the planet. But attempts to try and describe seem futile, because although a body mind can speak and express using a voice, using sound and language to express itself, that is not truly what is happening. It's only appearing to happen that way because there is the observable visibility of the visibly observable, that which is observable visibly or visibly observable in mirrors is a body mind that is expressing and using voice and language to communicate that which it is thinking or perceiving in the brain, but not of its own mind and brain, but it self-identifies itself as though it is a separate individual entity with its own birth name and birthright. The birth name and birthright idea sprang up from this entertained and shared idea that has been described in this way for so much time gone by now. Time has been timing everything to appear as it does, and as this continues to apparently appear to happen, then there will continue to be apparent appearances of groups of non-duality groups, you could say. I guess you could say that non-duality speakers will have a group of participants of other body minds that will be witnessing and interpreting what is being witnessed as a satsang is held by a body mind that is appearing to be involved in non-duality speech, non-duality speech associated with that which is duality. That which is duality is everything that appears as though there are separate things within a reality frame appearing as everything. Everything is already whole, complete, just as it is, which in Advaita Vedanta circles and non-duality, it has been described that everything is both real and unreal. It is knowable and unknowable, observable and unobservable, and it is not exclusively real and it's not exclusively unreal. Everything is not exclusively observable and it's not exclusively unobservable. Everything is knowable but not exclusively knowable and not exclusively unknowable. So there's no exclusivity. Exclusivity? Is that a word? Yeah. That which is not exclusive of itself or independent of itself. Everything apparently appears to be as though it is separate, but there are separate things within everything that is appearing as everything. And yet it is no thing. Nothing. So nothing is empty fullness. It's space that apparently appears as though there are things within it. And there is how and why the descriptions of reality and reality frames have been conjured by groups of conjured selves, and the conjuring was not intended as an intention or as some type of evolutionary process that happened with these apparent appearances of body minds that gradually, seemingly began to gather together in complexity to make some type of effort to understand and describe and comprehend what it is, what it has been, and what it might be becoming. Now, being, knowing, and doing, all three of those energetic movements appear to be partitions or participles or components, if you will, of beingness. Components of beingness for, not necessarily for it, but it apparently appears to be something that happens or associated as though it's an event or some type of activity that is springing up, or it is being radiated outwardly from a body mind that is perceiving the reality frame in a specific manner, in a specific way. So, the attempts have been made through the years, timing. Now, time has been timing the apparent appearances of body minds, and body minds have been perceiving reality in everything that's appearing as everything. No thing, everythinging, and everything, every object, no thinging. And speaking in terms of via the English language and making some type of effort to point to or to develop and put together some way and some type of way of explaining and trying to generalize that and and condense it down and simplify everything that's appearing as it does is seemingly difficult to do or to explain or to use knowledge. And it is apparently that way since nobody, no separate body-mind, is in possession of all the answers or the answers to that which appears as everything. Nobody knows that. And in that knowing, it is simply information that is shared as it's communicated using various languages and various terminologies and words to define that which appears to be separate objects and separate events happening when that is truly not so. It only apparently appears to be so, which is why the phrase apparent appearance is often used with certain body minds that have seemingly chosen to become spokespeople in a sense, or a spokesperson. Could be a male or female body mind, and it apparently appears to be a decision that was made by that body mind at some point in time. We're using time as a way to explain what has seemingly happened or occurred to a body mind that had once been a baby body mind and then began to apparently appear to change as time continues to be timing everything that appears as it does, as it arises. The story of Earth can be told based on time timing the story of Earth. And so events that have seemingly occurred in different parts of the whole of the Earth and the story of that whole, if broken down into various different sections, would apparently appear to be geographical locations, different coordinates, if you will, longitudinal, latitudinal markings, or places in space and time as coordinates, or as longitudinal, latitudinal, visibly observable mappings of the visual field. The visual field of the planet Earth can be shared and explained between body minds. A body mind and another body mind can communicate and seemingly communicate a different perspective. One body mind will perceive the reality frame and perceive that in a particular way, but yet that is not suggesting that in that sense of separation it is wrong for that to be happening or thought about in that way, for reality to be perceived via a body mind in that way, or groups of body minds. And yet the conflict and the disharmony that is witnessed whenever the attempts are made via a body mind or groups of body minds that get together and create beliefs, and these beliefs are particular types of perceptions about reality and life, and as though there should be meaning, purpose, and reason behind the existentialism or the observably visible human forms, the human corporeal, temporally temporary, impermanently visibly observable body minds and groups of body minds, as the story of Earth is told. Therefore, each body mind also has a story that can be told by that body mind, via that body mind. The body mind that may believe itself to be separate, and in that sense of separation, or a sense of a separate self that is conjured, and the manner by which it is conjured, it believes it is using a mind via a body mind, but it connects and self-identifies with the body-mind because it is convinced and believes that it is separate. It's perceiving from its own brain that it believes it is its own, that it must own it, and that it must confirm and convey the idea, or to enforce the idea of that uniqueness and the individuality, that it is self-sufficient, and that it is so easily convinced to believe that it is indeed separate, and that it has, and that it can claim, it can proclaim its own name. The body-mind that is eventually apparently appearing in space and time apparently appears that way as though everything is appearing to happen, as though it's a separate happening for and to a body-mind. There just apparently appears to be some type of process that has been described as a beginning and an end of a body-mind, that a body-mind is born in the womb of another body-mind, and that body-mind has been identified as a female body-mind that has a womb, and in the womb contains a new beginning of a body-mind, and that is born, and the activity of being born into a reality frame. From where? From nowhere. How do you explain? How do you, or I, or any other individual body-mind attempts to explain how that is and why that is so? How is that being witnessed, and why is it being witnessed as it's appearing as a miracle? The term, the English word miracle, has been used in a way to try and understand and comprehend the beginning of what apparently appears to be a beginning of a new person, of a new individual body-mind. And the process of the biological process of birth is just as miraculous and extraordinary as the witnessing of passing away, or the death, or the end of that same body-mind that had been mingling as time continues to be timing. As time is timing everything that's visibly observable in mirrors for an impermanent, indeterminate duration in space and time, but not of space and time. So there's a conundrum, there's the paradox. Every body that is born apparently appears to be born and dies in the same manner that has been described in so many ways, using different languages to explain that process of birthing and dying, of births and deaths, of rebirths and then deaths again, and then the idea of reincarnation, and then that was introduced into the various spiritual teachings of the religions. Even in the Bhagavad Gita, refers to a bardo, and a bardo as though that's some type of a realm whereby non-local quality of consciousness energy fields are in that bardo and have yet to manifest within the impermanence in the story, upon the story of Earth, of this planet that harbors the apparent appearances of human species, or the human form, to be conceived or to be born or be introduced, as though there's some type of a realm elsewhere, but it is also mingling with everything else, except it apparently appears to be partitions in some way, not visibly observable and not knowable, and yet the idea that the structure of the universe, and that there's some type of a structure and some type of a process that cannot be known or explained, but the attempts to try and make an effort to know via body minds or groups of body minds that are seemingly making an effort to understand and know that, although it may be relegated to that which is unknowable, perhaps it could be said that that which is unknowable might possibly eventually become knowable, part of that which is knowable. So therefore, that which is knowable is not always remaining just exclusively knowable. That which is unknowable can cross over into that which is knowable. And that which is knowable does not cross over into the unknowable. For that which becomes knowable remains knowable, but not exclusively so. Therefore, then a body mind begins to try and comprehend and understand what is being stated there. And that particular concept, that way of thinking, or that idea is thought to be, well, if that which is knowable is information that's accessible, so information is accessible via a body mind becomes knowable. It's not really becoming knowable, but it is discovered as though it is a new knowable idea that may have its source or where it once was relegated to that which was unknowable at some point, as time is timing. Therefore, although the body mind is going to make some effort to understand its environment or how and why it feels as though it is existing as a separate entity, as a separate living thing, and it is trying to understand why and how it perceives reality, and that it thinks in the manner by which it thinks, and that it entertains ideas within what seems to be its own mind, its own brain. Its own brain and mind is processing information. The information is springing out of nowhere, out of nothing, and yet it apparently appears to be a transmitted and received impulse of information within the thoughts that are entertained within the minds of a body mind. So the minds of body minds are making efforts to do what? Well, doing and in the doing and pursuit of knowledge. The pursuit of knowledge is to understand, to know what it is. What am I? Or am I just an I? Or am I more than that? Or am I with everything? Well, there's the conundrum, there's the paradox. And therefore, this is how and why the idea in these writings that have been transcribed have been placed together and then labeled and called the Upanishads, the Vedic, the Upanishads and the Bhagavad Gita, the Advaita Vedanta, non-duality. Is there any other way of explaining it? There certainly is, and that's based on languages that are uttered, and in languages there are meanings and certain phrases and words that are put together in various ways. And so thoughts apparently have, or thoughts don't really have, but they apparently appear to contain a series of bits of information, that the information that is interpreted using a certain language via a body mind is some type of a process that is seemingly happening, seemingly going on, when it is an attempt of a body mind to state that it is more than just being a being of beingness. or a being that is awake to being awake, that it would say, I think, therefore I think I am. So in the thinking of a body-mind, via that train of thought, as though there's a separate body-mind entity that's separate from everybody and everything else, that there is an individual body-mind in a place on a coordinate in space and time, and that there are other coordinates, space and time, and that would be duality. In non-duality circles, it takes that idea of a separate coordinate and says, no, there are not two of anything. There is not two of anything. That's what non-duality is factually conveying. And yet, it does not apparently appear to be the case. So, this is how duality has sprung up, and why and how it's so popular a belief, and why there are so many different beliefs and religions embedded within the story of Earth, as the story of Earth is told, and as each body-mind has its own story about the reality frame that it believes it is existing within, and mingling at the same time, mingling with it. That it is both. It is both one and the same. That which is visibly observable in mirrors, that which is not visibly observable in mirrors, is still energetic movements of everything appearing as it does. So, therefore, empty fullness contains energetic movements of all the frequency ranges of energy fields that have, will, and will ever be discovered. And in that saying, and there's an English quote that's saying, all in good time, well, all is constantly, continuously happening as the happenings of all happenings all the time. Time is timing everything, apparently appearing as though it's a constant happening of happenings. And the happenings that are perceived to be happening to or for an individual body-mind are only apparently appearing that way as that type of sense of separateness, or a sense of a separate self, conjured. It is conjured because time is timing the apparent appearances as though there are separate things that are happening, when it's just all that appears as everything. It is everything, no thinking. So no particular thing is a separate thing. And this is what Advaitans is all about, non-duality. Not two. There's not a separate spoon and then there's a second separate spoon. I was to hold this spoon here and then say, okay, this is a pen. Calling it a pen because that's what this body mind is identifying that object as though it's separate. That it's a separate object and it's going to be called and labeled and defined as a pen, a writing instrument. So in that sense of separation, or a sense of a separate self that's conjured, that is the life, or that is the very foundation of the existence of a body mind. A body mind conjures these ideas of separateness because it simply does not know any other way to negotiate its self, or the conjured self, among all the other body minds that appear to be another, but they are not. It's just an appearance. So there's the appearance of the human race that has the ability to communicate in this manner using various languages. Of course, we'll just simply focus on the English language. So there's a body mind here that apparently appears to be in a coordinate in space and time and calls it here. And then when another body mind is visibly observing that which is visibly observable in mirrors, impermanently so, for an indeterminate duration in space and time, but not of space and time. Therefore, to make an effort to try and explain what is explainable, okay, and then that which cannot be explained by a single body mind, to claim that it has the ultimate answers and it has the ultimate explanation. For in a satsang, whenever a satsang is held, and has been held for thousands and thousands of years, as time is timing the story of Earth, within that story of Earth there have been body minds and groups of body minds gathered together and calling those gatherings, calling them satsangs. And in those satsangs there have been efforts to explain how there is not two of anything, and to explain that fact and share that fact with everybody that is appearing as though they are a separate individual entity, when that is not so. It's only appearing to be that way. Now, it's not apparently appearing to be that way just because of the appearance as though it is that. It is part of everything that's appearing that way. In other words, everything that appears as though they're separate objects there is an overlay of everything that's nothing, and is complete and whole and perfect just as it is. And yet, most of the time that a body mind is spending, and it believes it is spending time, because time is timing everything to appear as it does, so then a body mind that is apparently appearing to be born into this reality frame as though this is a separate reality frame. And reality frames are separate in a sense that a body mind conjures a separate reality from what it believes it's its own mind. So it claims its own mind and then believes that it is separate. It has its own separate brain, its own separate body, its own mind, and that it is a new born, and that it's an original separate entity with its own special birth name, birthright, labeling, appearance, with personality, and everything else that has been described by other body minds to agree upon. So this apparent appearance of a universal agreement is based on the manner by which reality is perceived. And that could be called a spiritual teaching or religion. And this apparently appears to be what has happened within the story of Earth. So within the story of Earth you have all these various body minds. Now before we get into volume 3 here of an interpretation of a satsang, I'll just kind of give you an introduction about him. Of course, Andreas Mueller can speak for himself. When I say Andreas Mueller, originally from Germany, that body mind with that so-named birth name of Andreas Mueller resides somewhere there in Germany. And when I say resides, but apparently appears to be, a body mind that was born in that region, that area. But the story of that body mind is not so, there's it's not necessary to go into the great detailed story of a body mind, but this is something that apparently appears to be subjects or subject matters that are relegated to how it was once believed by a separate body mind, as though that it was a separate entity, but it never was. It was only conjured. It was apparently appearing to be so, but it never was. And this is what non-duality, Advaita Vedanta, is all about. Now, we're using the English language in these modern times. It is 2018, and as far as the timelines go, and as timelines are kept track, and as far as the timelines that body minds use, and it has been this part of the story of Earth all along. And there's his story and her story. His story and her story. Well, what is the history of the Earth? Well, the Earth, the planet Earth itself, and its story has been described using the term of Gaia, that that the planet Earth is a living entity itself, and that is of a female energy, because it seems to almost allow that nature permits the body minds to appear upon its surface, in its atmosphere. And that could be construed as a creative principle or a creative type of energy, just as the apparent appearance of new body minds of human corporeal form are visibly observable to be born as another new body mind is introduced. New in a sense that it appears differently than other body minds have appeared before. But those differences, although seen separately original, are very closely related to the other appearances of body minds as a human race, human species. And so part of the story of Earth is referring to the animal kingdom or the human kingdom. When we say kingdoms or groups of what apparently appear to be groups of life forms, and so certain terminology, certain words in the English language have been used to describe that, the human race. And then within the human race there are different races of that species, different parts of the planet Earth. Of course, as the societal structures were organized between body minds that began to create different groups that shared similar thoughts, similar ideas. The thoughts were conjured, of course. The mental thought system provided those thoughts to be entertained by various body minds. Various body minds began to group together to perceive the reality frame that it believed it was living upon, and then, of course, began to create these stories. Stories within stories within stories. But to try to make sense of these stories and to tell them, then it requires quite a bit of time to explain and to put together the ideas and put together all the different various thoughts that would compile one big large concept or an idea. So you can take many different, so a body mind can take many different thoughts and ideas and then create and develop a concept based on various smaller thought patterns or thought forms, and then kind of build a concept or build a belief or an idea or a perception. So a belief, in a sense, is the perception of a body mind or groups of body minds that are in agreement of taking a subject or subject matter and then taking that subject and then using the various thought patterns and thought forms and thought, and ideas, and then putting these ideas together within the mind of a body mind and within the groups of the body minds that are getting together and say, let's say, we'll just simply use the obvious example of the satsang. The satsang is a groups of body minds gathering together to share information and a perception and a way of expressing being. Now, can beingness be expressed? Yes, it can. And this is what apparently appears to happen at a satsang. Groups of body minds gather together and they share the thoughts that are entertained in the mind of a body mind and then begin to describe. And these descriptions are simply temporary descriptions. Because everything's already whole, is complete, it's already been done, there's no doing necessary about it. All there is being. Beingness. Everything is already being. It's complete. It's whole. Empty fullness is already being. Everything that could ever be is possible. And it always will be this way. So there's the beingness. Simply be. Then, once you realize that there's no knowledge necessary to know about, to be, and that there's no activities, no doings that are necessary to simply be, then that's the bottom line. And what is that bottom line? That's the foundation of beingness. Foundation of beingness is to simply be. Don't have to know anything about that. Don't have to do anything about that. And yet, what else is there to do, and what else is there to know? See, that's the conundrum. There's the paradox. So, there's this sense of separation, yeah? Okay, there's all the different various types of dualities that a body-mind can entertain. The body-mind can entertain ideas of duality, that the apparent appearance of activities that it is doing, and that doing is conditional, and that doing needs to be conditional, has to be conditional, so that there is what? So that there is experience. An experience is a result of a doing. The result of a doing of what? Of a body-mind. A body-mind believes it is doing an activity, moving its arms, moving its hands, using its voice of a body-mind that would call, well, this is my voice. And then we use the term my in front of every activity of that body-mind. So it would say, well, there is life, but then that body-mind can say, well, it's my life. And the moment that the mindness sets in, it's a natural response that apparently appears to happen to every generation of body minds that appear as time is timing. Everything to appear as it does, as the history and the herstory. The stories, all the stories, the story of Earth. The story of Earth can be told, and the story of Earth is continuing to go on, and it is seemingly so, continuing even now, and perhaps it will always continue this way, provided there is somebody and groups of somebodies that can gather together to share in this experience of what apparently appears to be an experience of life. And the story of Earth and the story of the human race. The story of the human race is seemingly more significant than other kingdoms of other life forms that do not appear to be quite as expressive, that could have the ability to feel the need, or as though there's a necessity or a need that's there to express and to desire and want to share information about its very existence, that it believes it is witnessing reality and witnessing life as though as it is mysterious, and in that mystery there is so much that is unknown or undiscovered or unknowable. So perhaps in these efforts, or even if they're apparent, of course they are apparent because there's no individual entity that is going to change everything that appears as it arises, as everything does. Nobody's going to change that yet. Yet there can be the apparent appearance of change nonetheless, regardless. And the story of Earth appears to be change, as time has been timing from what could be construed as a beginning, but there was never a beginning, because the Alpha and Omega, of course, the figure 8 is both the beginning and end. There was no beginning, and there will be no end. And that's the Alpha and Omega. That cannot be understood by anybody. Does it have to be understood now? are we as a human race, or as an apparent appearance of a human race, are we going to continue the desire of wanting to know that? Of course. There's what could be construed as a curiosity. And this curiosity curious energetic movement of curiosity seems to be the motivating principle behind that which is sought. Okay, so although the seeker is the sought, and that which is being sought is already being what it has been seeking all along. So, if the seeker is the sought, is there anything other than that can be sought? Now, why not? Because there is still that which is unknowable. Now, that which has been unknowable all along was not always unknowable. That which was once apparently appearing to be part, when I say once, referring to the temporal realm, timing. And time is apparently appearing to be one of the most important and critical aspects of reality that are used to describe successions of events, as though there was a moment, that each moment is segregated with the delta t's of the appearance of everything. Delta t's would be the pixels, the various pixels of energetic movements that are appearing, and appearing as though they are separate energetic movements upon various frequency ranges, energy fields. That which we all are, when I say we, the appearance, the apparent appearance of the human corporeal form as a human race, okay, that is appearing in the manner by which it does appear, visibly observable in mirrors, temporarily, impermanently so, for an indeterminate duration in space and time, is time stretched out as memories can be retrieved via a body-mind, that it had once been an infant in its human form as it was appearing, as time was timing, and to use the term was, that it is a past tense event, or a past event that had occurred in a past timeline, and yet it's still part of the present, and is still part of the present, and is also part of the future, but it's stretched out. Therefore, if a body-mind is going to be engaged in an activity, when I say going to be, in that beingness of the beingness of a body-mind, in time, it's in space and time, and it can be witnessed in space and time via the body-mind's visual field of it, using its brain and mind to see the reality frame, to witness the reality frame that's observably visible, temporarily so, for an impermanent duration in space and time, but not of space and time. So that which is not of space and time is non-local quality consciousness energy. It's likened to the electricity, the current that's running through the wiring, and that is everywhere, and is in the ethers, in the atmosphere. It's what kind of precipitates cause of lightning strikes, as an example. Electromagnetic fields, gravity, just that energy field of electricity current. That's what we all are comprised of. We're all energy fields. Now, the apparent appearance, though, as time is timing the appearance of things, as objects, for an impermanent temporal duration in space and time, while that can be witnessed, then there are going to continue to be body minds using the subject of sciences. Sciences are delving into explanations about reality, the reality frame, and regarding our seeming apparent appearances of associations between that which is knowable, that which is visible, and that which is apprehensible, that which can be discussed between two apparent appearances of body minds, or groups of body minds gathered together and then discussing all of these various conjured ideas. Regardless if they're conjured, they are not necessarily required to be conjured, but how else is communication going to be conveyed? Using the English language to convey ideas and thoughts that are put together based on entertaining various ideas and thoughts of being, of beingness. Now, can information be extrapolated and put together in such a way to explain beingness? Well, explanations about beingness are not necessary. See, that's the thing. The bottom line is beingness there is no requirement for beingness to be explained to simply be holding a space. The energetic movement of an energy field. It is simply apparently appearing to hold a space. It is it's an oscillation of energy. It's an energy field. Now, to describe that energy field, does it require a separate description to describe the energy field? Well, that energy field is mingling with everything. It's non-local quality conscious energy. Now, as it appears though, if it's going to, and it does, and when that happens, when it apparently appears to happen, it is timing the apparent appearance of a human corporeal form to appear based on its frequency of resonance or its oscillation of energy field, radiating a frequency of energy field likened to a light bulb. You have light bulbs of various wattages, and the illumination of the brightness of the lumens is either a low radiance, a mid-range radiance, or a high radiance, various degrees of brightness. And this is referring to artificial light, of course. It can be stated in the same way, using that metaphor loosely, in the astrophysics, the field of astrophysics, where you have such as the star, the sun, that we call the sun for this planetary system, and for this Earth, what we have, when I say we have learned as a societal structure through the educational system that, okay, this is a planet Earth, and we're a human race upon it, and that there's a process going on in this local area of space in the universe, and that star that's burning is generating heat. That generation of heat is providing the ability of this Earth just far enough away so that the burning radiance of all that energy doesn't consume the Earth and then just obliterate it, just incinerate it. It just seems to apparently be just the right distance away from it to provide the springing up of life forms to appear as they do. That right there, to try to explain, there have been poems, there's poetry written about that because it's so miraculous as to how that happens and how that's occurred. And of course, it can't be said that in such energies of such a large scale that are being witnessed are so extraordinary that actual religions were formulated based on these body minds that were witnessing what they what they were witnessing, what they were seeing, and what they were seeing, what we have been seeing in nature, and in its extraordinary, demonstration of energy and its radiance. That which is witnessed in nature is extraordinary, and it's just amazing, and it's miraculous, and our body mind is in awe of that which it is witnessing in such a large scale of energy. Now, there is cognizance via a body mind that it is part of that energy, that it is comprised of it. And so these spiritual groups that gathered as time continued to time the timing of the story of Earth, and we're at a point now of what can be construed as the recorded history of the passing of 2018 years. And 2018 years ago, there were these records about the story of Earth that have been compiled in various parts of the planet and put together in various languages as the story of Earth history. But you can't leave out the other side of human beings that are apparently appearing in two different types of forms. You have the male energetic principle, and then you have the female energetic principle. So it could be stated or said that it should not be inclusive, where the gender of his or him as male is history. There should also be included the female's appearance, and then the gender of the female, and that should not necessarily be honored, but it should be recognized as such, that there is a herstory there as well. So there's a history and a herstory, and if you put that together, then there's the story of Earth. But that's another way of breaking it down, of course. So a body mind is going to express in various ways. It is going to get together with other body minds that are apparently appearing permanently in indeterminate duration in space and time, and not of space and time, and yet have a story to tell. They don't actually possess a story, but they are going to express it, and it is going to be expressed and told, and that is simply something that a body mind apparently appears to be compelled to do so. Now, this compulsion, where it comes from, where its source lies, and why it is being expressed, all the whys of everything that's unknowable, they can't be apprehended. A why can't be apprehended to explain how everything is apparently appearing as both real and unreal, observable and observable, knowable and knowable. Nobody knows how and why that is. Nobody ever will. But that does not stop the efforts, nonetheless, of groups of body minds gathering together and to discuss and to talk about it. To talk about what? That which is being observed. Although it's temporary, although it's obviously temporal, with time timing everything to appear as it does, observably visible in mirrors for an impermanent, indeterminate duration in space and time. Although that is so, there is still the motivation of body minds to get together and to continue to hold satsangs, to discuss these subjects regarding beingness, regarding the witnessing of everything to appear as it does, as empty fullness. So, it's apparently appearing to happen, and it's going to continue to apparently appear to happen. And yet, the manner by which that is explained, and that which is witnessed and that which is shared, as though it's an activity of doing, not that it's necessary, but as still a witnessing of activity happening, of body minds that are apparently appearing to be engaged in activities of various types, especially regarding the satsangs, to conjure up words and conjure up explanations and conjure up the sharing of observation, to be observing. If you're being, you can also observe. You can also observe as though there are happenings, as though there are separate happenings that are happening to a body mind and groups of body minds on various parts of the earth, the story of Earth. And here's where we have the history, the archaeology, the apparent appearance of physical evidence of pottery and the presence of the human corporeal form being dug up from the material of the planet, which is, of course, Terra. It's the earth, it's the soil. And then there's Native Americans that were various tribes that had once populated the geographical area of America, the United States, at one point before Europeans established the 13 colonies in the 1700s. And then those body minds that were educated in such a way with the English language, and they attended history classes, and these history classes conveyed information about the story of Earth and about that particular geographical location in the United States. And see, this type of presentation regarding non-duality Advaita is difficult. In a sense, the difficulty is in the sense that so many different subjects can be touched upon, so many different concepts, so many different ideas can be shared and then described, and then a presentation is put together, and here we have a satsang. But this particular body mind wanted to simply take the existing satsangs that are being recorded via the various body minds of non-duality speakers that are holding these satsangs with groups of other body minds that are getting together in such a way to discuss about reality frame, about existentialism, about existence, about what apparently appears to be happening, regarding timing, the appearance of everything, and to acknowledge and recognize and share with these facts, these ideas, the ideas based on the facts of non-duality, that there's not two of anything, and that everything's whole, complete, just as it is, and nobody can do anything about it, nobody needs to do anything about it. Even if you talk about trying to do anything about it, it's not going to go anywhere. Because everything is not going anywhere. Everything's already appearing as everything appears. As though it's going somewhere, but it's not. That's because, of course, there it is again. It's the temporal realm, the timing, the apparent appearance of a threefold principle of a past, of moments of a past, the present, the now. That's where everything's happening anyway. Ever has happened, never will happen. It's happening now. And then there's the future of events that apparently appear to have yet to occur or to happen. The happenings of the future have already happened. Now here is another conundrum, a paradox. Everything that will ever happen in the future has already happened. It's just that time has yet to time into that particular area of space or of the universe or of that timeline. And then the mind begins to try and extrapolate meaning. It tries to understand and makes an effort to understand, well, what does that mean? How can that be? How can the future that has yet to be witnessed and experienced, how can that have already happened? Stretched out. The now, the presence, nowness. Now is everything that will ever happen in the future and everything that has ever happened in the past. Happen as it pertains to what kind of happening? Well, the happening of the appearances of anything that can happen. The probability distributions of anything that can happen. It's already contained within now, the nowness of now. It's already there. It's just not perceived that way because of the apparent appearance of partitions, the apparent appearance of limitations, the apparent appearance of various dimensions and parameters. You know, just as a computer has partitions in it. You know, you have the various software programs, and then you have the computer that has so much capacity of you know, containing files and then processing information. The same can be said of a body mind. That mind, body mind, although it has no limitations, it only apparently appears to have limitations based on its energy field, its frequency of resonance. That energy field of a body mind is radiating upon a particular frequency of resonance, frequency of energy. Just as the planet Earth itself is radiating what has been referred to as Schumann resonance, SHUMMANN, I think it is, or one M and two N's. Anyway, Schumann resonance, which is also analogous to the frequency transmitting and receiving thought forms and thought patterns on a frequency, a certain hertz, megahertz. See, if I were simply to go into Google, we're going to get into Andreas Mueller here in a little bit. This is Volume 3, Interpretation of the Satsang. This was just an idea that was conjured, and to take the pre-recordings and each weekend on a Saturday, just kind of go freestyle, you know, just freestyle it. Satsangs are freestyling anyway. They're not pre-planned, preordained. The only thing that's planned, of course, is the location of where satsang is going to be held, and then it's advertised online on the internet. If a body mind would like to take the time, you know, to go and attend, then they will, and they have. And so we see that going on throughout this planet right now as we speak here in this presentation, this pre-recording. And these satsangs are happening, going on. Now, based on what this particular body mind has witnessed through the years, and I'm approaching 56 years of age, and that'll be in the as far as timelines go, the 28th of January 2019, this particular body mind will have spent 56 years in this particular area of space, in this particular timeline, time and space, in this particular temporal realm, this reality frame, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, but this particular body mind has been extremely curious since as far back as I can remember, remembering thoughts and ideas, and entertaining thoughts and ideas, and this body mind has been so curious and fascinated as to what it is witnessing and how is everything appearing as it does, and so. But see, that's just the story of this body mind. That can be told, but I'm just not going to dive into it and focus on the story of this body mind, unless, of course, there is that structure of there's some other interviewer or online, and if there's an invitation there, if the time is right. If it happens, it happens. If it don't, it don't. But just it's easier that way. A body mind can't say that. A body mind can say, you know what, it's easier, especially if it has so much information that it enjoys entertaining. So many body minds just enjoy entertaining so many thoughts and ideas. But of course, although that apparently appears to be free will and choice, then it stands to reason how and why a body mind has so many thoughts that it can entertain, or it just let them all go. Doesn't even have to entertain any single thoughts, to simply be. So there is that way of explaining the differences between being and doing and knowing. Can you know yourself into being? No. You're already being. You don't have to know about that. There's no knowing necessary to be. Yeah? Another one is doing. Is there any activity, a physical activity that needs to be done via a body mind for it to be what it is being? No, of course not. It is incessantly on. It is constantly on as an energetic movement. And it's apparently appearing humanly corporeal. And it's only apparently appearing that way because of time. Time is timing. The apparent appearances of everything to appear as it does. Ad infinitum. And everything appearing is nothing, everything and everything nothing in of its own accord and volition. And nobody can do anything about that. Nobody can. Nobody ever will. And even although you hear about the collider, in Sweden, and you hear about these devices that body minds are conjuring up in sciences, and you hear about sensational ideas of time travel, and if it's going to happen, if it already has happened, it's going to happen. And how is that going to change everything that's already appearing whole and complete as it is? It's not going to change that at all. The only thing that's going to apparently appear to be changed in any way, shape, or form is going to be simply based on the feeble minds of a body mind. Now, I say feeble, and I don't mean that to be lessening the human experience or to lessen that, there's no meaning, reason, and purpose behind it. Although that's true. The only meaning, reason, and purpose behind anything is everything's, or all that is, or the empty fullness, or as Tony Parson has said before, the beloved, the unconditional love, all the energy of everything that appears as it does, and that which is, knowable and unknowable, visible and observable and unobservable, knowable and unknowable. All that is simply this, empty fullness. I mean, it's been, in non-duality circles, it has been called various words and phrases have been used. Jim Newman's simply this. Andreas Mueller's timeless wonder. And what I would just simply say, I would, this particular, when I say this particular body mind as Taishanti Vedanta simply uses the phrase the conjured self. Because, after all, that's another way of explaining everything that's apparently appearing to appear as it does. It's all seemingly conjured. And what is being conjured? Well, body mind is conjuring ideas and thoughts, beliefs, knowledge, information. And then, is it doing anything about that? Well, yeah, sure. It's holding satsangs. Yeah, the body minds are gathering together, seemingly more than ever before. And apparently appears to be this way. I mean, was it that way in the 1990s? In the 1990s, this body mind was witnessing these subjects about New Age, Reiki, about the Bermuda Triangle, about the paranormal, ghosts, UFOs, extraterrestrials, that sort of thing, UFO sightings, things like that. All those things that were going on in the past were kind of touched upon and emphasized through psychic UFO and psychic fairs and conventions that were held in the United States. I used to attend them. Back in the 1990s, this body mind was interested in such things, and I was involved in that. The New Age, so-called New Age, quote New Age, unquote, movement, the New Age movement. Anyway, and so the UFO psychic fairs, those UFO conferences were quite popular back then. Okay, well, the grandkids are about to visit, so uh, going to have to postpone this and continue the recording at a time when I could focus a bit more on talking about Andres Mueller and about, you know, the satsangs that Andres Mueller holds. Okay, so I'm going to pause that for now. And as we were discussing Schumann resonance earlier, that's about the global electromagnetic resonance phenomena. It was named after a physicist by the name of Winifred Otto Schumann, whom had predicted that mathematically in 1952. And Schumann resonances occur because the space between the surface of the Earth and the conductive ionosphere act as a closed waveguide. Without becoming too scientific with all this, there are some correlations, just generally speaking, about Schumann resonance and how that correlates with electromagnetic discharges, and about the electromagnetic field in a grid across the planet, across Earth, and that there are vortex points, there are ley lines, the gravitational fields, tectonic plates, and this has to also do with, and then the standing waves of the Earth's ionosphere. There's a cavity there, and then it surrounds the Earth like a canopy, the atmosphere. The Schumann resonance is based on, the lightning strikes across the planet, likened to how the mind of a body mind, the brainwave activity, neuronic firing, neurons firing in the brain, is kind of a similar type of observable activity that's kind of occurring in a similar fashion on, of course, a much larger scale on the planet, and then a much smaller scale by comparison in the human brain, in the mind, and how thoughts, of course, thoughts and thought forms, thought patterns are essentially electromagnetic waves, and each of the impulses, the electromagnetic waves, contain thoughts. It contains bits of information, and the way that information is configured and how it becomes translated, that is a great mystery, because there's the biology, which apparently appears to be physical, exclusively real as exclusively physical, when there's also the electromagnetic neurons that are firing, which contain the information of the thoughts that are processed in that mind, of a body mind, and then how could you say, interpreted? And then that information is transmitted as an electromagnetic impulse, and then it is reconfigured and somehow changed and altered and processed using linguistics, using language, using symbols and words, enunciated words, arranged in a certain way, stated, enunciated in various ways to match the actual information that's being transferred and transmitted and received. A phenomenon that would take quite some time to try and explain, as far as what has been observed through scientific means. But without going into too much greater detail than that, it may not be a coincidence, though. It may not be coincidental that the human resonance of the earth has correlations with the human form, with the human corporeal biological form as a human body mind. And the way that the human resonance is explained is that lightning discharges are considered to be the primary natural source of human resonance. Human resonance excitation, if you will, lightning channels that behave like huge antennas that radiate electromagnetic energy at frequencies below about 100 kilohertz. And so we start referring to these frequencies and these frequencies of resonance. There's where we find the correlations. Since we are all comprised of energy fields, non-local quality of consciousness energy fields, appearing as units of local in the sense of temporal locality within the reality frame of everything that appears. And so you can, or a body mind can, surmise that type of information and gather that kind of information together to extrapolate that idea of how these energy fields are manifesting appearances of objects and of things that can be described that are observably visible in mirrors for an impermanent, indeterminate duration in space and time. So all the appearances that are appearing as time is timing everything to appear as something, as various things, as a variety of things. The whole panoramic scenery of that which is the visual field that a body mind facilitates sight through one of its sensory input-output modes, of course, which would be the 5 gates, if you will, or 5 sensory input-output modalities. Of course, you have vision, sight, touch, feel, hearing, tasting, and smelling. And so these 5 senses are the 5 sensory input-output modalities of a unit of local quality of consciousness energy form. These energy forms, as humanly corporeal, of course, would be relegated to that which we refer to as a human being. Or, of course, the obvious human form, which is corporeal in nature, and yet it is real but not exclusively real in the sense that it's a physical type of a manifestation. It appears to be physical, and so using the English language we describe the human form in these ways that are attributed to the medical field or biology. And so generally speaking, we try not to go into that much detail as it would pertain to non-duality Advaita Vedanta and how everything appears as though things are separate in a reality frame, or the reality frame in a sense being everything that can be observed. And then there is the body mind that is observing that which appears as everything, and then the descriptions of what is being witnessed, observably visible in mirrors, is mentioned and expressed via a body mind that is likened to a camera, or likened to an instrument, likened to a transceiver. So many different metaphors can be used to try and get that, to make an effort somehow to mention this idea of temporal appearances and presence, the presence of being, the presence of a human corporeal being as a manifestation that is impermanent by nature, or is naturally impermanent. It is impermanent or temporary because of timing the appearances in a temporary way that is not permanent. So, in other words, that's another way of saying that is nothing is permanently real or fixed in some position or remains static or immobile. Everything apparently appears to be oscillating and energetic movements of various frequencies and of various types of manifestations. These manifestations are, of course, a result of energy fields. And so, an even more concise understanding about physics and the behavior of energy fields and that type of thing, it can be a bit more readily understood by delving much deeper into the subject of energy and energy fields and resonances and oscillations and frequencies and wavelengths and things of that nature. To also include about sound, sound vibratory rates, frequencies of resonance, those type of things. They're all correlation. They all correlate to, of course, energy fields, which is apparently the manifestation of the human corporeal form, and it is an energy field of itself. When I say of itself, it is just appearing as a manifestation observably visible. It mirrors temporarily, humanly corporeal, and as a local manifestation unit of local qualia conscious energy form. It's an energy form that's a manifestation of the energy field. It's kind of similar to the idea of a puppeteer and a puppet. Puppeteer, of course, being the core energy field that exudes or exhibits or illustrates or demonstrates a manifestation. The manifestation is visibly observable and mirrors because of timing, and creating, if you will, a type of a reality frame that's temporally temporary as a visual field of manifestations. So this is how it can be explained in one way, using the English languages and the sciences in this way to try to put together an explanation that's fundamentally simplistic, to generally refer or use references of some type to put together the idea of how we can appear as human beings as though physically real and feel as though we're individual physical beings, and then stand before a mirror believing that these body minds that we're seeing as they change as time is timing, from an infant, a baby that's born, and then that body mind begins to develop that mind of that body, and then becomes convinced with a sense of separateness, a sense of a separate self, that is conjured via the mental thought system. The mental thought system provides the precipitous for that body mind to convince itself to conjure up the idea, and then as the mind develops, the mind of the body mind develops further, it begins to be cognizant of itself, of its presence, of the energetic movement, of the energy field that it is comprised of, and then self-identifies that as though it's a separate entity or an energy form. And so there's where these societal structures were eventually developed and put together in such a way to use certain terms, certain words, terminology to describe this separate sense of a self, and conjure up names, and then use birth certificates and say that the birth of a body mind is the birth of an individual human form or human being, and that is a new human being, and not a recycled one, or an energy field that has cycled through some type of a process that's described in the Bhagavad Gita as the reincarnation process, and it goes into greater detail about that there. Trying to explain all of these ideas and concepts and then put them all together in a general consensus is quite difficult until there is a degree of awareness or realization regarding how everything is just an appearance, it's an apparent appearance, and that everything that is witnessed or is observably visible in mirrors is due to various main energetic movements or energy forms of manifestations based on, again, going back to the various frequencies of resonance of energy fields that will produce manifestations based on the intensity or the qualitative properties, electromagnetic properties of that energy field that is oscillating on a particular frequency range. And so there is the matter by which manifestations appear to be relegated to various types or categories, labeling the different types of objects and of manifestation that are seen, and using the sciences to describe that which is observably visible in mirrors. But this is why it's so difficult to try and put together a presentation and to touch upon the subject of non-duality and Advaita Vedanta, and then try to generalize all of that without going in too many different directions. It is too easy to go into so many different tangents because it's all correlated. It's all intertwined. The correlations are there. Everything is connected. There's a type of connectivity that is not separate. There is a unified principle of everything that appears as everything, as things. There is a unified principle there, and there's not two. And so every English word or every idea that's associated with that which is not two is going to be associated with non-duality, Advaita Vedanta, when it is spoken of, especially when there is a satsang. Now, earlier I had mentioned about non-duality speakers that are most actively engaged on the internet using YouTube to upload presentations of their satsangs that are held in different parts of the world. Now, for this particular recording, this will be an interpretation of a satsang that was held last year, 2017, on the 19th of March. It's a three-parter. It's Oneness Talks with Andrews Mueller. And that's off of his YouTube channel. Of course, it's called The Timeless Wonder. Jim Newman, he has his Simply This as a channel. And then there's Paul Hederman with Zen Bitch Lab. So with Volume 1, we discussed interpretation of Paul Hederman, the body mind, so named, Paul Hederman. We went over interpretation of that, and also took some information and just kind of freestyled it and just grabbed all kinds of ideas and entertained all these various ideas and tried to, didn't really try, but just mentioned various aspects about non-duality and what is being observed, what has been observed, was continuing to be observed, as though there's some type of resurgence that is greater than what was witnessed in these timelines of the 1990s of the recent past. The story of Earth, whereby international UFO conventions and psychic fairs were being held in different parts of the world, especially in the United States, in the state of Arizona, in the city of Phoenix. At the base of the South Mountains, there were several UFO conferences, UFO / psychic fair, combination of psychic fairs and UFOs, anything associated with the paranormal, cryptozoology, cryptoids, kind of unusual animals that have been seen and that don't appear to be associated with animals that have been identified and classified already, and the various families of the animal kingdom, such as felines, canines, and those type of animals, but yet they appear to be from perhaps another time, or even a whole other place. Then there's the hypothesis of the extraterrestrials. And so there's where we had the UFO conferences of various speakers that spoke of these type of ideas. And these conferences were held, as I said before, in Phoenix, Arizona. They were going on for a number of years. I attended about 3 of them back in the 1990s. And about 50 speakers. This was also during the 1990s, during an era when there was an overnight radio program called Coast to Coast AM. And this, of course, was with a body mind by the name of Art Bell. And that was one of the most famous late night radio shows prior to the internet, of course. Right when the internet was just beginning, then all of the information that used to be presented that was either on radio or televised or both began its migration over into the internet arena. And then, of course, now, ultimately, that's where majority of all information is shared and is conveyed between all body minds on this earth. And it's one of the most obvious leaps, one could say. Body mind could say that whenever we're referring to some type of an apparent evolutionary process, if you will. Although an evolutionary process is not required. There's no requirement. There's no evolutionary process going on. Many speakers of Advaita, non-duality, would say that. There's an evolutionary process is not necessary when everything has already been fully evolved. Everything is already fully evolved. It's perfect just as it is, just as it appears. And yet, there is an apparent appearance of an evolutionary process still happening, still going on. So perhaps it could be said that what we are witnessing, we as a human species, as a human race, upon this planet so named Earth, Terra, and the story of the Earth. The story of the Earth is about the story of humanity, or the human species, the human race, in all the various manifestations of that, of the human race, the human form, the human corporeal form. So if everything is just an appearance and time is timing everything as it appears, then it could be said that this is what is witnessed and is being witnessed. As energy fields are beings and manifesting various human corporeal forms as units of local quiet consciousness energy forms that go through this apparent appearance of a birthing process and then a death process. And then as though there's either a recycling process going on that's unknowable, but still the idea is touched upon. There's hypothesis, there are theories, there's all types of different schools and trains of thought leaning towards this idea of a recycling process that happens outside the visible parameters of that which can be observed or visibly observed through mirrors, via mirrors, or instrumentations, experimentation with science. And some of these fields of study would be relegated to near-death experiences, near-death studies. The NDERF, which is the Research Foundation, nderf.org, is one of the biggest, largest websites regarding the near-death experience, and then also the after-death experience, the ADE, and of course the OBE. And all three seem to be a correlation with the with this idea that the human corporeal form is a temporary manifestation in the impermanence of a reality frame. It's temporary and temporal in space and time for an indeterminate duration in space and time. And yet all the energy fields are not of space and time, insofar that the origins of the energy fields are simply causing these temporary manifestations to appear as they do for an indeterminate duration in space and time. And then so we have these stories, the history of the Earth, stories of the Earth going back through so many different timelines, and the timelines are very widespread, or the spectrum of the timelines of the story of the Earth are so broad that it goes further back as more information and evidence with archaeological digs throughout the planet of the Earth, as the various excavation sites throughout the planet, where of course there are land masses, main land masses now, although there's also the obvious observation that the planet is 75% water, and the other small percentage of the planet is of earth, solid, where you can set up buildings and structures on them. And yet time has been timing everything to appear as it does as the Earth appeared. It has been appearing, but yet there's also the observance of change upon a larger scale of time, stretched out further. And so we have the history of the Earth, and we have the story of the Earth through various history books, using the English language. We can focus on that. English-speaking languages, societal structures, society of North America, parts of South America, and then of course up in Canada, and going over across the Atlantic Ocean over to, of course, the European countries of, Norway, Finland, Portugal, Spain, France, of course, and United Kingdom, where I'm at now with this body mind. It's been residing since 2010. And then, of course, all throughout Russia and China, Japan, India, Iran, Saudi Arabia. Then of course there's the continent right there of Africa, and all the different parts of Africa, and then you have over Australia, off to the corner there, if we're looking at a map, and then there's New Zealand. But all these various land masses have various stories to tell, different parts of the earth, insofar as it's associated with the presence, or not so much the presence, but the evidence of objects and archaeological finds and things like that are described that seemingly have been carbon dated to go quite back into the distant past of the Earth's story, Earth's planet's history, as it pertains to the presence of the human corporeal form. And so everything that's appearing to change is simply changing because that is what is arising. So whatever is arising is going to be described as changing, and yet changing in appearance. But that which is changing in appearance is still the same energy field, but however, the only difference is that the manifestation of these energy fields is producing different visual effects, if you will, or different types of observable manifestations, although they are impermanent, which means they're constantly changing, and they are not static, or they're not still, they don't remain the same. There's this constant, seemingly non-stop, continual movement of energies, although it cannot really be noticed via the facilitating site, via using vision alone as just one modality of a sense of a body-mind. Even still, that which is observed via facilitating sight is a very small, broad, narrow band or spectrum of the reality frame that a body-mind believes it is restricted upon, and that narrow band is only limited to be detected as a band of energy and certain types of energies that are relegated to that spectrum, which is analogous to a third-dimensional construct. A third-dimensional construct is comprised, of course, is comprised of the time continuum, timeline, of manifestations appearing as time is timing those appearances. And then there is, of course, time and space, and then there's the environment of the surface of the earth. There's atmosphere, there's the oxygen, and then there's all of these elements to be considered. And then there's the biochemistry, and there's that unit of local quiet consciousness energy form. It's manifesting as a human corporeal form, and then there's the biology of that, and then it's broken down, of course, into the nervous system, and then the cellular structures, the DNA, and then it goes on and on like that. But these, of course, are descriptors and descriptions of what is being named, and so named, or called and categorized and defined as that which is temporally, observably visible near us, and then, of course, reconstituted and broken down and explained using the various sciences. Oh, Okay, so let's get into one of these satsangs of Andreas Mueller, one of the recent ones. As far as today's date, it is Saturday, the 8th of December, 2018. This particular satsang that was pre-recorded in London is a three-parter. We'll go through it as quickly as we can, and we'll go through interpretations of what was mentioned during the satsang, some of the information that was exchanged. This was pre-recorded in London on the 19th of March of last year, 2017. So we'll begin now and look into that, and we'll go ahead and see if we can provide just a different way of interpretation of that which was mentioned and said during the satsang there that was held by a non-duality speaker by the name of Andreas Mueller. Okay, here we go now. Let's see if we can get this going.
Okay, so welcome. Good morning. One could say the apparent special thing about this event is that there is no goal. There's no goal in this. There's no intention in this. There is no, the whole setup of in order to doesn't take place. This doesn't take place in order to reach a goal, in order to become happy, to be enlightened, to whatever. There is no goal. There's no direction in this. There's no intention. There can't be actually, because this is everything. What apparently happens is everything. There isn't anything else. It's just this. One could say there might be an apparent dilemma, but this dilemma isn't something that really happens. The apparent dilemma is if what apparently happens as a sense of I am. And this sense of I am, this sense of that something lives here, that something is here. No, I lost the sentence. The apparent dilemma begins when there's a sense of I am, a sense of that something is here. Because within that sense, or this sense of I am consists of a sense of separation, that I'm something here, and I'm only experiencing the situation I'm in. So there are two, within the dream of I am, there are two things happening. There is me, and there is what I experience. There is me and the situation. So this I am, one could say, lives in a dual reality, in a subject-object reality. And it's only experiencing. So one could say, I am, or the setup of I am is I experience something. That's the dream. And within that dream, I'm real and the situation is real. So it seems that within that setup, I am lives in a feeling, or no, it's not a feeling, lives in unfulfillment. There's a sense of that what I experience isn't completely it. And the idea is that something is waiting for me in the future, something that will add up this feeling of unfulfillment. So the idea is that in the future, or one could say, because me only knows experiencing, it assumes its fulfillment to be an experience too. So it assumes there to be a future experience which is fulfilled, an absolute experience, an absolute and lasting experience of whatever it thinks that is liberating, of love, of peace, of silence, of acceptance, of understanding, of knowing, no matter what. There is the idea and the hope that in the future something is waiting for you.
So it keeps mentioning and mixing these ideas that I feel that they need to be addressed. There's not necessarily a struggle going on, but it's a bit apparent that the first language that is used by Andreas Mueller is German. Now, that is his first language, the body mind that is so named Andreas Mueller, with the language of German. And then there's the English language. There are sentences that can be enunciated, sentences that can be stated, statements that can be stated, paragraphs of statements on any subject matter that can be stated in a language and can have or contain explanations and meanings that will come across and that will be extrapolated or translated differently with each language. Each language will contain certain meanings based on the verbiage that's used, the arrangement of a language. The arrangement of the English language is completely differently arranged than German, let's say, and then comparing German with Spanish, or comparing Italian with Spanish, and German with French, and then French with English, and then all of these different languages. Even if a paragraph was to be stating information, okay, about a specific subject, that paragraph of information that is uttered in the various different languages can contain meanings that can go off in different directions and can be explaining about a subject matter using the various languages and then not receiving the same information that is being transmitted. The transmission of a language is an attempt to describe that which is observed, and that which is observed is temporary, is temporal. So a body-mind lives in that reality whereby it believes it is a separate entity that understands and comprehends what it is, how and why it is the way that it is, and what it is observing, and how it is going to explain to not only to itself, but to other apparent appearances of human corporeal human forms that appear observably visible in mirrors temporarily, and permanently for an indeterminate duration in space and time, and not of space and time, and yet apparently appearing so. And then those body minds that are using a particular language, and they're using that language associated with the body mind that had developed in space and time for a specific duration in space and time, and yet also groups of body minds in space and time apparently appearing in different parts of the earth that are of similar environments, and so those correlations are there whenever a subject is being discussed, or whenever there are discussions of certain subjects, and when meanings are attempted to be extrapolated in order to convey ideas, to convey meanings behind what is being shared or what is being transmitted, what is being heard and then received, and then opinionated upon, based on, again, the language that's being spoken, the degree of understanding, of comprehension. And so when you have body minds that can speak more than one language, there can be certain limitations that are imposed upon that body mind to have the full capacity of conveying particular ideas and explanations or definitions or references associated with what is being shared. And so to use future, past, present timelines, that is the temporariness, the nature of that which is visibly observable, which is temporary, and it's just simply manifestations of everything appearing as it does. Since time is mentioned in so many different languages, and yet how this coincides with a satsang when referring to non-duality and Advaita Vedanta, that although there are apparent appearances of human corporeal units of local quality of consciousness energy forms as human beings with of various races and appearances that are so called and so named from certain parts of the earth that are relegated to various coordinates in space and time and mapped out a certain way, and then there's where the sense of separateness is setting in, because there are no separate coordinates in space and time. It's only an appearance that way. So a body mind can't get around trying to take the duality of that, the nature of a sense of separation or a sense of a separate self that lives in that world of coordinates of space and time, lives in a world of following maps, traveling as it travels, that there is a here and a there, that there are longitude and latitude real coordinates on a real planet of a vast area of space, and that it apparently appears to be exclusively real when it is both real and unreal, and it's just a map or a visual field of an area in space and time as a reality frame. And so we use maps as references of here and there, or coordinates, different places on longitude, latitude markings of areas in space and time upon a vast planet, as a way of saying, or as a way of keeping track, or saying, well, this body mind has this birth name and birthright. This is the language that it has been using. This is this body mind sharing information, expressing what it is witnessing, and that there is a universal correlation, just regardless of the language, the different language that may be spoken by groups of body minds of different parts of the earth, saying the same thing. But when there is an attempt, and sometimes when there's an effort of a body mind using a language that it is most familiar with, or let's say has been using since its inception, or its apparent appearance, or of an inception, of when it began to embark on a self realized, or you could call it, and it has been referred to as a spiritual quest. Spiritual quest of a body mind is a body mind that recognizes, acknowledges that it is not a separate entity, but it is part of a whole, and that the whole is simply appearing. Time is causing the whole of all of reality and everything in it, which includes that which is real and unreal, knowable and unknowable, observable and unobservable, all for no particular meaning, reason, or purpose other than of its own accord and volition. Now, its own accord and volition apparently appears to be partition and segregated, if you will, but not entirely separate. It is likened to a network where there is still the wholeness is still intact, but the appearance of things can appear as though they're separate when they're not. So there's the realness and the unrealness of that which is apparently appearing as time timing everything to appear as it does. And it's a temporary, it apparently appears to be temporary and permanent as well. And if there is something that's appearing permanent, it is after so much time going by, or apparently appearing to go by, and change happening, or apparently appearing to be changed, from so much time going by. When I say going by, that would be everything appearing to happen as it is witnessed via a body mind that is facilitating sight and witnessing everything as it arises, as it appears, as it does. But it is also an extraordinary phenomenon. It's an extraordinary energetic movement of so many different interplays and so many variables to consider, that whenever a body mind is holding the satsang, and then there is the questioner, and then as the questioner is asking questions, and then there's a response by the via the non-duality speaker that is there. There is no pre-planning, there is no script. It's not scripted, it's not pre-planned, it's not preordained, not prearranged. None of it is. The only thing that's arranged, of course, would be the where, the coordinate in space and time, the geographical location on the earth. Where is that satsang going to be held? Now that we have the internet, of course, the information is a lot more readily available, accessible via body mind, and the investigations can occur at a much more rapid pace. And since that is the case, then there's the apparent appearance as though there's an evolutionary process going on and that it's accelerating. It's as though time is apparently appearing to increase in the speed by which it produces manifestations, and that would be the delta T's. The delta T's of the pixels, the quality of pixels of manifestation as it appears visibly observable in mirrors. The reality frame is apparently appearing more refined now, and it's as though time is apparently appearing to speed up, and as it speeds up, it begins to manifest in higher frequency ranges, and that which is visibly observable in mirrors in higher frequency ranges becomes so refined to the point of where there's no longer any visible scenes or parameters or partitions of a reality frame that then releases a more of an obvious, more well-defined and refined visual field of the reality frame of everything as it appears. So that could be one way of explaining what is currently being witnessed. And as time continues to be timing the apparent appearance of everything, as it continues to arise and appear of its own accord volition, there will be these attempts, there will be these ways of describing what is being witnessed on a global scale, as it apparently appears to be affecting everything, and especially those human corporeal forms that have the ability to describe and to come up with ideas and explanations of what we, as a collective energetic field of human corporeal human forms, you could call it a hive, as a human species as a whole on this planet, on this earth, whereby There, of course, appears to be variety in the appearances, and yet human beings are still all related in a sense as far as the relativity of that relationship that the human corporeal forms share, although appearing as different races, different parts of the earth. It's just an appearance. So it just apparently appears to be that way when everything's connected. There's a connectivity, and by using different terms and words, it eludes that unified principle, because words are being used to describe the apparent appearance of different, as though there are separate, different bodies or human corporeal forms and bodies, and that they're each expressing and appearing and the manifestation by which they appear and express is completely, entirely different, and yet the essence or the main themes of its beingness are similar, and they're shared, and they're the same. They're the same regardless of the different manifestations as they appear differently. The infinitudinal complexification of difference as appearance. But that's where it apparently appears to have a parameter or a partition or a seam or a boundary. The boundary between that which is knowable and that which is unknowable, that which is observable and that which is unobservable, that which is apparently appearing real and that which is apparently appearing to be unreal. It is all one and the same, and yet it is described using all the infinitesimal infinitely complexified dualities of that which is as in temperature, is hot and cold, and then everything in between, different degrees of temperature, and that which is relegated to every single of the five sensory input-output modalities of the human corporeal form, and all these descriptions of dualities of that which apparently appears to be either a good, comfortable for a body-mind, as though the comfortability is important to a body-mind, and although it begins to realize that there is an impermanent nature to its existence, to its very existence, so duality is relegated to existentialism. Existentialism is relegated to that which apparently appears to be exclusively real and physical, when the human corporeal form is not exclusively real and not exclusively physical. It is both. And that's experiential thing that Andreas is beginning his satsang there, that we're reviewing during this presentation, Volume 3, Interpretation of a Satsang. What we are listening to so far is that type of introduction, that although there's an apparent appearance of human corporeal forms, of human beings, it is a temporary manifestation. It's impermanent. Impermanence, of course, is referring to constantly changing for that which is not permanent or still or stagnant. Energetic movements, manifestations, visibly observable mirrors. Timing, the apparent appearance of human corporeal forms that each express in various ways, and these expressions have no meaning or purpose behind them, since each apparent appearance of an individual, as though there's a separate individual body-mind that is expressing, it is, although it is using a birth name and had once believed to be a separate individual entity with its own birth name and birthright, and it had a beginning as a baby, as an infant. It was born and in a womb, a body mind of a female, and that was its beginning. And then as it developed, as time continued to time, the timing of the appearance of that, the womb and the baby that was in the womb, and then the energy field that somehow merged with the appearance of that infant, of that baby in the womb. Then as it was introduced into the apparent appearance of the environment of the earth, and then took in its first breath of oxygen into its lungs, then there is the explanation of as a human species would explain the beginning of an individual person there that has a birth name and a birthright now, and then there's a record keeping throughout all the hospitals. Usually that is how a birth certificate is registered. A hospital in America, in Canada, European countries, United Kingdom, Australia. If we are going to refer to examples of English-speaking countries on this earth, the story of Earth does refer to them, of course, but to try to generalize this idea that these are just simply all appearances, and that sense of separation as a separate sense of self conjured up the ideas of separation, of separateness, and then began to label that which it was witnessing as though separate. That each human corporeal manifestation as simply an appearance of a human being was given a racial categorization depending upon what part of the planet, what part of the earth that manifestation appeared to be born. And regardless of the biology and the explanation of that biology, that is what is being observed and what has been observed and what is being witnessed as a manifestation of something that's apparently appearing to appear as it does, and yet being described using various fields of study, the medical field, the biology of a physical being, of a human corporeal appearance of a human form, and the biology of that, and then descriptions, categorizations of the body mind and the body form, all the way from the mental faculties of the mind, the development of that mind, of the brain, of the body mind, of a human corporeal form, and then given a birth name and a birthright, birth certificate, and then identifying that as an individual entity, as an individual human being that will eventually be incorporated and interacting on a grid system, on an academic grid system, on a society, within a societal structure, various types, academically, everything that that body mind is going to learn and develop as it develops its mind. It is going to be subjected to, exposed to learning various languages. One of the universal languages obviously on the planet is English. It will go to a public school. The public school was created as a societal structure was created so that it would keep an economy going. The economy, of course, would be taken from bartering or from trade, and taking skill sets of things that can be done, all the main necessities of the apparent appearance, of course, of things that are required to maintain the integrity of a body mind. Of course, it would be nutrition, it would be food, of course, the obvious other aspects of a human being to survive, of course, shelter, and the shelter would be based on the ability of societal structures to have construction companies, and then building homes, building subdivisions, small towns, cities, and it goes on and on like that, obviously. And yet, all of this has been the story of Earth. It's been the apparent appearance of everything appearing as it does. And we are as a collective human race, as a collective consciousness, as hive. You can use the hive principle. You can use colonies, just like colonies of ants. Look at the insect kingdom. Look at the insect kingdom and observe that. Although they are subterranean and they have tunnels and structures, that's their shelter under the earth, and tunnels and different compartments, and they store food, all the main necessities. They have a certain portion of their species guarding the entrance and exit of the colony. And so there's the territorial correlation that we see in the human species, the human race, with territorial rights, borders, and then there's that kind of a human element of law and order, and there's civil law, and then there's human rights and things of that nature, because there is that idea of individuality, and then there's the idea of exercising free will and choice. And the free will and choice stems from this idea of a sense of separateness, a sense of a separate self, of a conjured self, and so all of these ideas have been conjured via the mental thought system, not as a way of manipulation of right and wrong, but yet there have been different organizations throughout the history of this planet, of Earth, whereby some were advanced, some were not so advanced, some organized groups of human corporeal forms, created armies, got together, wanted to dominate more parts of the earth, and so they created armies, similarly as we see in the insect kingdom, but not quite as, let's say, in a strategic sense. There's a degree of cooperation there, and yet there are derivations where you derive the idea and wonder, well, there are certain places upon the earth where we see groups of human corporeal body minds grouping together of a certain appearance, of a certain way of expressing, of appearing and existing. They're being, they're living, they're sharing resources, things of that nature. And we see the territorial boundaries of those places on the earth. And then we get into politics and governments and how humans are interacting with one another, and then there's the economy. And all of these things about doing and knowing and taking action, and there's just there's so many infinite, it appears to be an infinitely complexified arrangement of movements, and these arrangements are so vast insofar that it is any wonder that there is some type of a structure in the process that can be maintained within just a 24-hour period of time to condense activities for, let's say, as an example, you have body minds, families, and you have parental figures, then you have children of those families, and there's the economy, and then there's the public school system, there's a societal structure. And in order for there to be some degree of stability to exist, or for the presence of, although it's just an apparent appearance, the manner by which these appearances of human corporeal forms are visibly observable, there is a process, there's a structure. There apparently appears to be a process that is either chosen, selected, or going along with it as though it needs to be done, or something needs to be done, insofar as a degree of survival for that apparent appearance to be maintained of body minds. There is that societal structure that's there. To dismiss that and to say that that has been conjured and made up and that it's not happening is to dismiss the very nature of what is apparently appearing to be happening. Although it appears to be a workable structure, societal structure, and the economy and the academic system, educational system, and things of that nature, that they're all intertwined. And that without any of those elements in the societal structure, then there would be too much disharmony, too much entropy, and if that degree of entropy, disharmony is too great, then there can be an apparent appearance of disruptions and interferences and disharmonies and things of that nature. But how there is a balance maintained from one 24-hour period into the next, and then different parts of the world, and then if a body mind were to consider that and as it is witnessing, looking upon a map of the world as an example, a map of the earth, and just envisioning all the many different body minds that are apparently appearing to experience life, experience an existence of being present. It's extraordinary. It's extraordinary when that is witnessed, and then it is shared on social medias now, social networks, of course the internet, as it's one of the most popular ways of communication and of also education. The societal structure now has moved into this arena of the digital realm, the digital world. It's obvious. This is happening, this is going on. The manner by which communication is increased so many times over, the refinement of communication and ideas and exchanges of ideas, exchanges of thoughts, transmissions that are transmitted and received, information moving at such an accelerated rate that it causes the apparent appearance as though there is a leap in the evolutionary scale of the presence of the human form, the human race, as it pertains to the story of Earth. And so there are simply stories of a body mind that once thought it was a separate individual entity with its own birth name and birthright, and thought it was integrated and believed in that. It believed that it had to follow certain rules and guidelines and laws and ways of life and ways of living, and it did that. It did that, and even within questioning and without questioning. There was questioning that happened when the questioning was too great, and if too many outspoken body minds grouped together and went against the societal structure that was there, then revolutions occurred, and then wars, and then belief systems and religions and beliefs about the existence of human beings and how they should be living and what they should be believing in, greater entities other than its own self, that there are forces, and then you describe those forces as gods and goddesses and deities, and that each deity governed different aspects of the human genome, or the human element, the human presence on the planet Earth. And so it has been continuing to seemingly be that way with all the various religions on the planet. And that's just going off on those tangents about that, because it is a general consensus. It's a fundamental correlation. Everything that's being stated now pertains to that which is not only experiential, but it is recognized and is acknowledged, that everything is simply an appearance, and is apparently appearing both real and unreal, observable and unobservable, knowable and unknowable, for nobody in particular, for no individual body-mind. And regardless of whether or not that body-mind is convinced and believes that it is nothing more, nothing less than its birth name and its birthright, and that it was born, and that its parents, or its biological parents, that's its beginning, and it will have an end, and that's it. There's no meaning, reason, purpose behind the life that it led, the story that it can tell, the memories that it had, looking back on its life, and as a body-mind apparently appears to be living for a longer duration in space and time. Apparently, well, it's a bit obvious that that body-mind had expended more time, or had seemingly spent more time in space and time, experiencing various 5 sensory input-output modalities of experiential experiences that it had feedback based on what was being witnessed, and as it facilitated sight and witnessing the various seemingly exclusive experiences that it had, and would put that into a story, and that it was an individual that had its own story to tell, and that's all it can now do once it reaches, let's say, if it happens to find itself in space and time for a duration of 50, 60, 70, or 80 years, the more years, the more time that it's spending timing in the same or as the same manifestation of a very similar manifestation of a body-mind, observably visible mirrors, although changing as time is timing the change of apparent appearance, as though there is change when there's not, but yet there's the apparent appearance of change, which is timing. And then there's the age process of a body-mind. It apparently appears to cause this idea of aging, that it is aging because time is causing entropy of the energetic movement as a unit of local quality of conscious energy. In other words, that it's wearing thin, or it wears out. The cellular structure that's renewed once every 7 years begins to entropy every 7-year interval. 7 years of timing going by, seemingly timing 7-year intervals. And within those 7-year intervals, a body-mind has a new set of cells. But this regeneration of a new set of cells every 7 years begins to lessen in its integrity to renew the cellular structure. And so then the entropy becomes more pronounced, or there's an increase in entropy where there is wear and tear, or wearing out, or a lessening of the energy field. In other words, the energy field that's been providing the temporariness of manifestation, the impermanence of the manifestation of that body, of that human form, the human corporeal form, that's been visibly observable mirrors for such a duration in space and time, in permanent, indeterminate duration space and time, the more time it is spending manifesting via the energy field that's supplying, providing that unit of local quality of consciousness energy form, and providing the precipitous for that to manifest as a manifestation, to appear, mingling with everything, is appearing as time is timing, everything is appearing along with the human corporeal forms. And so, breaking all of that down, it can be said that this may be what is happening, what is apparently appearing to happen. with the aging process. That energy field has been providing the temporary, impermanent manifestation of observably visible mirrors as a human corporeal form for so much time, and the greater the time is spent via the manifestation, via the energy field, manifesting that local unit of quality of conscious energy form as a human corporeal form, then the longer that this is going on, the lesser that the energy field can provide that manifestation. The intensity begins to lessen. It is likened to a light bulb that begins to dim, or the dimming of light. Let's say there's a life cycle of a light bulb, and as it reaches so much time that it has been having the electricity surging through the wiring of the ballast before it hits and reaches the filament inside the light bulb. And that filament has been radiating light for so long, and the energy has been cycling through it that it begins to wear out. The filaments that have been creating the lumens of light for such a certain amount of time, the integrity of that begins to wear out, and that's entropy. And after so much time, that energy field is no longer going to be provided in manifestation to appear as it does, and then there is what has been referred to the death process. That body-mind, when it is no longer capable of manifesting a visual, observable, visible visual field of a body-mind, a reflection, observably visible reflection in a mirror. When that is no longer sustained, then of course there is that process of the death process that happens, where that energy field moves, and it goes into either it returns to that same process of going back to nowhere, going back to nothing, and then appearing again as another human corporeal form. And then there's that idea of the reincarnation process all over again, where that energy field somehow connects and gets anchored to a body-mind on an Earth-like planet throughout the universe. I mean, it could be continuing to manifest various human corporeal forms for various durations in space and time during different timelines of the history of the Earth, which is very vast, obviously. So perhaps this could be the process of what's been going on all along. And why that cannot be apprehended and recalled and remembered by every single body-mind is because of a general consensus, or beliefs, or ways of thinking that are not purposely imposed, but they are introduced, and then causes a conditioning process to happen, depending on the degree of that energy field. And perhaps it could be said that that could be the evolutionary process of the human corporeal form. The human species may actually be going through that evolutionary process via this reincarnation, this idea of a reincarnation, recycling of souls, sort of thing. These energy fields are the souls, or the soul essences of human corporeal forms or people that manifested so much time spent upon the visual field of a reality frame that's visibly observable in mirrors of manifestations in space and time. So the space and time is evident upon an Earth-like planet, such as this Earth. So the story of this Earth is an Earth-like planet that harbors life forms that are manifesting just as the planet itself is manifesting as a huge entity or a being, and that it has life forms cohabitating upon its surface, just as the human corporeal form, as body mind, has thousands and thousands of different little living cells upon it. Or is comprised. The body of the body mind is comprised of all these different specialized living cells. The same example could be construed and described in the same manner as it is witnessed with the planet Earth and all the cohabitating life forms upon its surface and in its atmosphere and in its oceans and the waters, things of that nature. So it's not too difficult to surmise.
Teach something that will give me this absolute experience. The dilemma within that is that it's the setup of experiencing itself which implies a sense of unfulfillment. So whatever I experience, whatever I am, will experience, it will be unfulfilling. In a sense, no matter how good it is, no matter how much it seems that I was successful on my path or whatever. So what we are talking about here is not an arriving, a finding within that setup of I am. It's not about finding out the right way to create this absolute experience. What we talk about here, one could say, is that this whole setup of I am, I experience something, I have a life, I can do decisions, I can find, or there is something like that fulfillment, that I can find it. This whole setup isn't something that's really happening. There's no reality to it. And as a story, one could say, what we're talking about here is the death of I am. It's the death of the sense that I am someone. That I'm someone here, that I'm alive, that I have a separate life, that I'm a thing here. Liberation in that sense is the death of that energy.
Okay. See, when it is stated in a satsang, referring to the death of, let's say, a separate sense of self, and it has been heard and described using the English language in this way, taken from the direct interpretations of the Upanishads and the Advaita Vedanta, and even in the Bhagavad Gita as well, that a sense of a separate self stems from the mental thought system, taking the mind of a body mind and convincing that it is a separate living entity and that it deserves to have a free will and choice. It deserves to exercise it. And this deserving nature, or this desire to fulfill itself, stems from spiritual teachings and religions to say that it is a privilege, that it is an actual privilege for a body mind to experience life, and to have a life, so that in these privileges that it should recognize and honor that. And so the deification of the energy movement, or the energetic movements or energy fields, were deified. And so life became deified, and then the various deities were conjured to say that, as an example, the forces of nature. We see this with the Native Americans, Mother Earth. It's a creative force. A mother has the ability to create. How does it create? It brings in generations of new life forms, of new human beings to be born in a womb. And so the female form carries the moon, brings in more life, so to speak. brings in more new energy fields of souls into manifestation to appear and experience life as a separate living human corporeal entity within the human species as a human race in appearance, the observable, visible appearance of a human form. That right there has been the explanation that that most individual conjured selves, or this sense of a separate self, agrees upon with other separate senses of selves or other body minds that believe they too are individuated units of local quality consciousness, that they are individual and separate from everybody and everything else, and yet they are sharing similar experiences, similar but unique and original of their own making, their own choice, the freedom. They believe that they have free will and choice. They believe that they have the right to choose how to live a life and what to do with their own bodies. Then they claim and proclaim from a very early age, up to about 18 months, when the mind of a body mind develops to a certain degree and begins to do this, and then it sees hands and then identifies them eventually and begins to learn about the body that it believes it is inhabiting, that it is that. And then it's placed before a mirror 18 months. In the first 18 months, it is going to the mirror, and there's a red dot that is drawn between the eyes or on the forehead of the infant, placed before a mirror. The first 18 months is trying to take that spot off the mirror. After about 18 months, between about 18 and 24 months or so, the baby is placed before the mirror again, and it has already gone through this oral stage, and the stage is not so much oral, but it's a visual stage where it is on its back. It is facilitating sight, and it's moving hands that it later surmises and says, "Oh, well, these are my hands." And then it has this pain that it feels in its stomach or its body, and there's hunger pangs, and then it notices that there's people, the familiar faces that it sees, and wonders, and cries before them, and is trying to let these people that are around them know. Of course, these would be parental figures, whomever the adults might be, who are going to be responsible for raising the baby, and then be responsible to ensuring that, of course, it will have its birth certificate. If it's living in the United States, it'll have a Social Security number. If it's living in the United Kingdom, it's going to have a national insurance number. And then these numbers are self-identification markers for that individual to believe that it is a separate, special, individual little person that has its own birth name and birthright, has a birth certificate now. It's going to begin its own life, to say and call it my name, my life, my family, my parents, and the minus, the claiming and the proclamations of an individual conjured self begins at that point. And that's how it all becomes conditioned for an individual body-mind to believe that it is an individual entity, separate from everybody and everything else. That's where this sense of separateness, sense of a separate self, that's where individuality stems from. The idea and the belief of that. And it is strongly reinforced. Strongly reinforced in a societal structure, where, depending upon what part of the earth that body-mind begins to develop, there's family structures, an academic system gets involved with. There's a certain language it speaks so that it can communicate with its family, and whatever language the parental figures that are raising that child, it will instill everything that has been known to those parental figures and then passed on to that infant, that baby, and that baby's going to believe that it's part of that family. And that it doesn't need to know anything else outside of that, and it doesn't need to know anything other than what it is learning as it goes through the public school system, in the societal structure, and then it goes on and on that way. And so there are various ways that we could describe that, but that is an attempt. That's an attempt right there to describe how a sense of a separate self begins to develop, so to speak. Okay. Let's see, we'll get back to more of the presentation.
The surprise is in exhaling, in dying, in actual dying, so to speak, it turns out that there is no one alive. So there isn't anyone even to die. This whole sense of I am, this whole sense of I am present is illusory. No one lives. No one is alive. No one is separate. No one will die. No one has to die. No one has to find.
See, when he says it that way, the body-mind has been conditioned to believe that it is a separate individual, a unique person that says, I am alive, I know I'm alive, I know I'm a special individual. What is this speech all about? The mind of that body-mind is thinking in terms of a separate sense of a conjured self. It has conjured this belief, and it is convinced that it is an individual with its own birth name and birthright, and that it has memories of its past, with its family, with its parental figures, with places it has been, experiences that it has experienced in its body, and within a body, within the parameters of a body-mind that has all these experiences that it can remember, as though that, oh, this was my body. I know I experienced this, I experienced that. I can go back, I can tell you where I was, who I was with, the people I was with, what I was experiencing, and then this is that way of thinking. In the sense that I was an individual and I know what I saw, I know what I experienced, I know what I felt. That was my experience. I know, and nobody else can tell me otherwise. See, and in that sense of separateness, or a sense of a separate self, it is convinced to believe and think in terms of, of itself being separate from everybody and everything else, as though it has its own private thoughts that nobody else could ever conjure up. The conjured self conjures these ideas and beliefs that nobody else could possibly have experienced what I've experienced in my life. So it says that with stern conviction, because it believes that so wholeheartedly, because it always has this energetic movement of defense that it needs to reinforce that it is an individual and that it is self-sustained and that it's special and it's very unique and there's nobody else like me throughout this entire planet. Nobody else even closely remotely like me. Well, that is true to the sense as far as the appearance. For appearance's sake, yeah, technically that's true. But for appearance's sake only. This self-identification to say that life is a personal experience and that each person is having their own individual specialized experience of life, and that it can call that my life, when that is truly not what's happening. It's just a way of thinking. It's just a figure of speech. It's a way of thinking that I have a life, it's my life, I have these experiences that I've experienced in my life, and I can share those with you. I can describe them. I can recall them by thinking about them. But still, if it is realized, eventually self-realized that that's not what was happening, it was just thought to be so, that there was a conjured self with a birth name and birthright, unlike anybody else had, and that it was going based on that contextual context, the contextual context of that story alone. That would be analogous or similar to the earth suddenly having a voice of its own and saying, and then repeating or stating or saying back or communicating to the human race and saying, I am about to share with you all the different human races, and I can give them labels, and I can tell you what I witnessed that was within me, and all the different human beings and human races and civilizations that sprang up in time going by, even past the timelines of your recorded history of the human race, or the presence of a human race. So there is recorded history, and that recorded history can only go so far back based on the development of the human species, the presence or the apparent appearance of civilizations of the human species, going back as far as recorded history. Recorded history would be that which was scribed, language that was organized to be expressed, and languages of entities, of living things, of human corporeal appearances that were expressing a life and the way that the life was being lived, the beingness of being alive, the awakeness to being awake, and what that was like, and how that was experienced in past timelines, as far back as recordings of a history of the presence of the human corporeal form. The presence and the appearance of a human corporeal form, as time has been timing everything to appear, as it continues to arise of its own accord and volition, there are historical accounts going so far back, and there are these writings, and they've been handed down through time. As time continues to time the history of the earth, there are these references. There are mentions through the various languages. Of course, through the Aramaic and the Sanskrit. Of course, there was the Sanskrit and the Sumerian writings and things of that nature. A lot of the Sumerian writings were lost, of course. They may have been destroyed when that library in Alexandria, Egypt, once stood and held evidence of scrolls going way far back, perhaps even prior to the Egyptians and the Sumerians, and around the time when Sanskrit and the Upanishads and the Bhagavad Gita and the Vedic writings were scribed so many thousands of years ago. But even prior to that, there may have been scrolls, records of civilizations going prior to that that nobody knows of, because a lot of that information may actually be held, stored from the eyes of the majority of people that are questioning and wondering how far back does the presence of the human corporeal form go as far as timelines. Nobody really knows, because the beginning of time, how can you tell how far back there was a beginning when there was no beginning, and there will never be an end? So there's no way to trace back to a beginning. And then there's the Big Bang that in scientific circles astrophysicists refer to. The Big Bang, that was the beginning of time, of space and time. Does that matter? No. Not really. How could it? But then there's groups of body minds right now, scientists, and there's that collider in Sweden, where they're trying to create black holes, and they're trying to recreate the beginning of time, of space and time, and of matter and manifestation and things like that. What can be stated about that? And even if it is shared, that information is shared and stated and recorded in a recording like this on YouTube. And does it matter to anybody? No, it's just another way of sharing information, coming up with an explanation that is a perspective, and that the perspective of a body-mind doesn't even matter either, but that it is all conjured. Hence why this particular body-mind came up with the conjured self, which of course is on a website that was published back in the 90s. It was converted from a new agey type of website, and all the new agey information was dropped completely, and that what replaced it is everything associated with Advaita Vedanta, non-duality. Everything that supports that. Some of the Buddhic teachings, Buddhic writings in the Vedic, Vedanta, and Hindu. But these writings and information about the Buddhic nature, and about Buddhism, and also about Hinduism is not focusing on the belief itself, the religion itself, or rituals or practices, or anything that's required, such as meditative practices, certain types of food that should be eaten, certain things that should be avoided by a body-mind. It's neither an avoidance, it's not even having to do with anything that's done or anything that's known. No knowledge to be accumulated, no rituals to follow, no time to be spent in caves up in the Himalayan mountains, no meditative practices, chanting Om and mantras for several years, running an ashram or participating in an ashram, finding a guru, following a guru. None of that ever mattered. It does not matter. That's just part of religion. It's part of rituals that lead to nowhere. That has nothing to do with being. The simplistic awakeness, awareness of being aware, the aliveness of being alive, the beingness, the simplicity of being. That is not even a requirement. That's simply what has been being all along anyway. So all human corporeal manifestations that are temporary, visibly observable mirrors are just that, just appearances. And it happens to be a human corporeal form that can express in a specific way. And to express in this particular way, though, taking the information about Advaita Vedanta, about non-duality, and that being the ultimate of all philosophical studies, all philosophical ideas, the philosophies of human nature, is a way of life. And the way of life is how everything is going to appear of its own accord of volition anyway. So to mingle with that and simply be, you're being with that anyway, regardless of whatever thoughts and ideas are being entertained by a body-mind. That body-mind is not any more special than any other body-mind. It's visibly observable in mirrors. That's the bottom line right there. That's it. Everything else doesn't matter. So every other idea and thought that's entertained as a separate sense of self, that is conjured. That is all conjurings that are irrelevant to being, to simply being. Beingness, simply this, empty fullness. All that is and all that is not empty fullness, ad infinitum.
The amazing thing is, without someone experiencing, without someone in a way artificially dissociating from this, it's everything. And in a strange way, but in an also obvious way, it's whole and complete already. It's this. There isn't anything else. But of course for no one. There is no one experiencing wholeness. There is no need to experience this.
So, in other words, there is no doing necessary for this to simply be as it appears to arise as everything. In other words, everything that appears to arise as it does, all the energetic movements that can be described, are descriptions by a body-mind that is simply describing that which it believes it is witnessing, and even that is limited. There is that which is observable, and that which is observable is only a small portion of everything that is, everything that exists, everything observably visible. And this is the best that any body-mind can do. And it can only describe that which is experiential, that it believes it has experienced, insofar that it is present, that it is alive, that it is an entity, that it is a living being. But it will describe in a manner by which it has been conditioned to describe its very existence. The existentialism, in other words, of an individual body-mind believes itself to be a separate living entity with a birth name and birthright and of a past history, simply because it was conditioned to think in terms of the way that it experienced a life that it believed it was its own, and that it had free will and choice to exercise. The only free will and choice that is exercised is that which appears to be everything as it appears, as time is time in the appearance of everything, as it arises, for nobody, for no meaning, reason, and purpose, other than of its own accord and volition. In other words, everything that apparently appears as time in the appearance of everything as separate things, when they're not. They're both appearing real and unreal, observable and unobservable, knowable and unknowable. And all of that that's being witnessed is what we are. We are now local quality consciousness energy fields mingling with all of that. All of that is simply this. It is simply this. It is empty fullness. And of its own accord and volition. Nobody knows how and why that is, because there is no how and why. It's already whole, complete, and perfect, just as it is. Is there anything to do about it? No, never was. Never will be anything to do about that which arises as it does. And so, there is a sense of radical freedom right there, because that is the ultimate freedom, that's the ultimate liberation, that's absolute. That is the absolute. The absolute is the fact that non-duality, Advaita is the realization that nothing is separate. There is not two. There is not a you, there's not a me. There is not a right, and there's not a wrong. There's not a left and a right. There's no fixed positions. There's not an up and a down. There's not a here and an over there. All those dualities are just overlays. Overlays for the body-mind to entertain the idea of a separate sense of self. To conjure up these ideas as though they are unique, special, individual, separate selves with their own birth names, birthrights, and their own stories to tell, and that their stories really matter. In the grand scheme of things, is its own grand scheme. And there are no grand schemes to begin with anyway, because the beginning, the Alpha and the Omega, is the beginning and ending. There is no beginning, there is no end. There is simply everything that appears as it arises. As simply this. It's simply what arises and continues to arise. Sights, sounds, objects appearing as though they're separate, but they're not. And insofar as there are human corporeal apparent appearances of local quality of consciousness, energy forms of human corporeal nature that are observably visible mirrors for an impermanent and determinate duration in space and time and out of space and time, it will continue to be stated in this manner via Advaita Vedanta, via the non-duality speeches, the satsangs that are going to continue to increase as they have been, and to apparently appear to become more popular or popularized as they were in those ancient of days, of the timelines, the past history, the story of this earth, going back into that particular area of India where that all began to be noticed and realized, and that is where the source apparently appeared. The first writings of the Upanishads, the Advaita Vedanta, the Bhagavad Gita in India, that is the source right there, where all that is and all that is not empty formless began to be noticed and then expounded upon and then turned into a way of life, and so it is. But it is the science. It is the science of aliveness. It is the science of beingness. It is the science of consciousness, of awakeness, to be the awareness of being aware, the awarings, the energetic movements of aliveness, of infinitudinal complexification, the infinite nature of the energy fields that we are, temporarily appearing as these human corporeal forms. It's just temporary. And is it being stated this way, that everything is infinitudinally complexified, and it will continue to manifest this way? And it won't be till the end of time, because time will not end. Insofar as there is the presence, there is the apparent appearance of an earthly form, just as there is the apparent appearance of a human corporeal form. There's the apparent appearance of an Earth-like planetary body in a universe of infinitudinal complexification. And so, there's an Earth-like planet, just as we call the Earth, and there are body minds appearing upon its surface. And there's timing, the apparent appearance of everything that is appearing as various things. And so, this process, as though there is a process of recycling, birth, rebirth, deaths, and then a newborn, and another life spent, a different apparent appearance of a human, as though it is a separate, individual, unique, other apparent appearance of a body-mind, appears, manifests, as though it's a brand new, different being, when it could simply be the energetic movements of an energy field that is temporarily manifesting as a human corporeal form. Just as there is in the animal kingdom, you have all the various animals and the different species of those animals. You have the insect kingdom, all the different insects and the different types of species that not even the human corporeal scientists cannot even keep up with the accountants of naming them all. That's how complexified and how the infinitudinal nature, and when a finite mind thinks in terms of finiteness, cannot fathom, cannot ever know and understand and comprehend the infinitudinal complexified nature of everything that appears as everything. There is that which is unknowable and will never be knowable, unless, of course, that which arises as it does, and a part of that which arises as a whole, some of that which was once considered unknowable suddenly becomes knowable. And that is not a means to an end. That is simply what could happen. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen, regardless of what anybody says or does or believes or thinks, or thinks that they do know, or that they are in possession of some kind of knowledge that nobody else possesses or has, or they are aware, they're cognizant of something that all other body minds are not cognizant of. It's just simply information. There's that which is observable and that which is unobservable, that which is both real and unreal, knowable and unknowable. And even if there's groups of body minds that gather together and say, oh, well, we are in possession of a portion of that which is knowable, but it is also unknowable to most other body minds that are claiming to to be in possession of that which is knowable. And it can go on and on like that ad infinitum. And there could be debates and there could be opinions of groups of body minds that gather together with these beliefs regarding the presence of apparent appearances of the human corporeal forms that are more advanced or less advanced, or let's say advanced insofar as knowledge that has been acquired, things of that nature.
That's in a way the surprise and the miracle, but again, for no one. It's not a personal, it's not a new experience of wholeness, it's not a new experience. It's just this, without any need for there to be anything else. That's why you could call it freedom. So, because this is it, this is everything, there can't be an approach to this. So there is no help, no methods, no hints, nothing to do and nothing to not do. There is no one there who could do so or should do so. There's no message. I can't give or take anything. It's this.
Andreas, you say it's a surprise, but a surprise to who? So when you die, it ends up a surprise. A surprise to who?
For no one. That's surprisingly historic.
So it's not recognised that it's a surprise, only by...
One could say so, yeah. Or there may, in a way, in dying, there may be an apparent recognition.
But only in the storyline.
It's nothing that really happens, but there may be an apparent recognition of, oh wow, it's really this. Whatever that is. But
It kind of sounds like the one of the energy fields that's there present in that particular satsang is it's kind of hinting towards that idea that it's a surprise if the separate sense of self suddenly falls away and then dies with no longer this idea that it is a separate living entity, that it never had its own life, and that it was just simply being. It was just being, holding a space, in space and time, but it is not of space and time, and that it has no particular solid form, but it is just an energy field for no meaning, reason, purpose. It is simply mingling with everything that is appearing. That's simply this. For nobody. So the idea of a conjured self and a separate sense of self is simply conjured by the mental thought system. As though there have been, or was once, an individual body there that had a story to tell. Suddenly when that story ends, they never had a beginning. Then it is finally recognized by nobody that there was not anybody in particular that could turn around and say, well, I know I had a life, I lived it, I can remember, my name is so-and-so, I lived in this place, I grew up in a certain place, I went to certain schools, I met certain people, I met certain other individual entities that were my friends, associates, but only a certain group of them. Meanwhile, what about all the other billions of body minds throughout the other planet that have never been met by another body mind? Does that matter? No, of course not. All that matters is recognize that there are no separate individual entities that are more special or unique than anybody else, or anything else for that matter. For all that is and all that is not fullness. And everything that is apparently appearing and mingling as everything. As the content, the contextual content of everything that's visibly observable in mirrors. For an indeterminate duration in space and time and not of space and time. And the impermanent nature of that is that everything is no thinging and no thing is everythinging. For nobody. And for no meaning, reason, and purpose other than of its own accord and volition. So that which arises of its own accord and volition as everything appearing as time timing everything to appear as it does is that way ad infinitum. And nobody can ever do anything about that, and there isn't anything to know about that or do anything about that. Therefore, simply be. Just mingle with it, go along with it. You don't have to do anything about that. Although there is the appearance as though you're doing. But in the being, there is no doing required for being. There is no knowing required for being. Never was. Isn't that amazing? It's extraordinary, isn't it? It really is.
It's a surprise because always, as long as there is someone, me experiences this as not it. So it always assumes it must be something else. It can't be this. It must be something else. So in a way, it's surprising that it isn't.
I think the difficulty is that understanding this is one thing, but when there's nobody there to understand it's just this, that's when it becomes complicated.
No, actually, that makes it easy. It's complicated as long as there is someone who wants to understand it. But when there is no one, it's not complicated anymore. Because understanding completely isn't needed. And what's presented here apparently isn't understanding. I don't understand it. But not because there is someone who doesn't understand it, simply because there is no one who could or could not understand it.
Or, in other words, the questioner in that particular saying there in London is implying. See, the questioner will always have implications. A separate sense of self that conjures up ideas that it is a separate sense of self, and that it believes that it has lived a life, it had a beginning when it was born, and that it will have an end, and then it will go somewhere else, as though there is someplace else to go, in order to simply be. Where being everywhereness, everywhere, throughout the universe, beings are being what they are, as energy fields. Now, the manifestation of that energy field will be analogous to the area in space and time that energy field will appear upon. It has been implied that there are Earth-like planets throughout the universe, and the countenance of those are infinitudinal, and they're infinitudinally complexified in the array of manifestations as life forms appear upon Earth-like planets, and the countenance of Earth-like planets in the universe are as plentiful and the countenance as every grain of sand on every beach throughout this particular Earth-like planet. This is why the countenance and the nature of all that is, and of everything that is simply this, empty fullness, that it contains everything beyond that which could be understood by anybody. Anybody mind that attempts to understand what this actually is and how it is presenting itself as it does in the manner by which it does is not known. It's not knowable. There is no necessity to know that either. There's no necessity for an individual or a group of individuals to get together and say, okay, well, we are going to conjure up a new belief and a new idea, and it's going to be the latest science. It's going to be an upgrade of the astrophysics, the astrophysicists of science. We're going to take the big theory of everything. We're going to take the idea of the reality frame being a holographic universe, and that all the apparent appearances of body minds are avatars, and that we're living in a large LCS, a large consciousness system, and in this LCS, there's this larger conscious system is part of smaller, less refined conscious systems that are evolving. The larger conscious system is evolving, and it is expanding, and it's continuing to expand. It will never stop expanding. No, everything has already expanded as far as it will ever expand, but nobody knows the parameters of that expansion. And nobody will ever know that. So you have your astrophysicists likened to the so-named body-mind, the ex-NASA physicist, Dr. Thomas Campbell, that has a 3-part trilogy, book of information that is entitled My Big Toe, My Big Theory of Everything. Well, that's all it'll ever be, a theory that's conjured by a conjured self, so named Dr. Thomas Campbell. And all the academics on this planet won't even barely touch the surface of all it is. All that is and all that is empty-fullness, all that is simply this. Everything that appears is timing everything to appear as it does. Nobody could ever write a book about that, and even that book was written, nobody knows it. It can't be backed up, it can't be, even though it's explained, it's still just a story. It's a story of an idea and a perspective of a body mind that says, okay, I'm an ex-NASA physicist, and this is my big theory of everything, and everybody else can choose to follow it or not. They could believe what is being stated, what is being said. But there's an LCS, a larger conscious system, and there's individuated units of consciousness is what each appearance of a body mind is, and then break it down to that idea of a holographic universe, and that reality frames are game grids, likened to a game grid, and you have your little player, little avatar, like in World of Warcraft, and you have your little elf, and it has so many lives, and it has so many skill sets, and that each lifetime that it leads, it gathers up more experience of life and skill sets, and then it goes from there, goes up to a higher stage, and as it continues to evolve, this is how it's evolving. And that game grids are evolving as well, and the larger conscious system is producing game grids throughout the universe, so that avatars, we as human corporeal forms are those avatars, going upon these game grids of Earth-like planets, and then experiencing all these various types of lives and having all these different adventures. There's those ideas as well. And so there's science, and then there's non-duality, and then there's groups called the Science and Non-Duality clubs, organizations that are springing up now. And then you have your different non-duality speakers, and then you notice in YouTube, there's nothing wrong or right about it, it's just what's happening. But as it's being observed, there are going to be body minds that have opinions about that. Does it matter? No, of course not. It doesn't matter one way or the other, but it's still apparently apparent of what is happening, what is being stated, what is being said. Now, the statements that are being said by nobody don't really matter to anybody anyway. So in a sense, if it's going to be stated, it's going to be stated anyway, regardless of what anybody has to do or say about it. And so they're springing up anyway. And is there a reason why we're noticing these resurgence about the Advaita Vedanta movement and non-duality? Is it because it needs to replace all the other spiritual teachings and all the other religions that have been seemingly causing disharmony, perhaps? There are some groups of body minds on the earth now that believe that all the beliefs and all the spiritual beliefs and all the religions of the world are toppling, and that all the rituals and the church attendance on Sundays is diminishing, at a very rapid pace. Atheists are increasing. People that profess to be atheists, that they are atheists, that they don't believe in any religion, they're against it. That you're just simply living as an animal. You had a birth and you're going to die, and there's nothing after that, and that's it. So there are some groups of body minds that share in that way of thinking as well. They believe we're no different than animals, and that these body minds are just like animals, and the experiences of its life don't even matter. They're not significant to anybody. There is no significance behind the life of a body mind of any type, from any kingdom: animal, insect, vegetable, mineral, plants. Plants, insects, the aquatic life forms, fish, mammals, all of the different kingdoms of life forms that are apparently appearing on the earth. They don't have any meaning, reason, or purpose. Simply appear as they do. They just do. It's life appearing as it does, of its own accord and volition, and it will continue to do so ad infinitum. So, is there anything to be said about that? Of course not. But once it is recognized that we were never born, you were never born, you will never die, and we are not separate entities that have a solidified, permanent physical presence, and that will always apparently appear to be that way, and that is the only way to perceive what life is all about. What life is not about a reason, meaning, and purpose for the human race. Life, and to exist and to simply be, is not about exclusive human races or human beings or exclusive groups of human beings. Life is across the spectrum throughout the universe the same. There is no individual free will and choice for any of these beings in any of these kingdoms, any of these life forms from all these different kingdoms. The insect kingdom, the animal kingdom, the human, the mammals, the fish, and the birds, all the different species of animals and all the different types of life forms that have been witnessed in the insects and the plants. And there's just such a multitude of them that the human species cannot be so anthropomorphic to say that we have this responsibility, rather this duty to identify and label every single type of life form there is on this planet, on this earth. It's not necessary. Simply be. Don't have to continue labeling and conjuring all these different ways of life, ways of being a certain way, presenting the human body mind to appear in some specific way, and then have all these different clubs put together and getting together. It just seems to be an energetic movement of habitual habits. These habits, this human nature, habitually gathering together and forming groups, that are have been described as approaching or taking reality and believing that reality is a certain way, and then in that shared way of thinking they form organizations, and we'll talk about it that way. Well, the same can seem to appear to happen with the belief systems and spiritual teachings and things of that nature. But Advaita Vedanta is simply a fact. Non-duality simply means not two, and that's it. That's it right there. So any further explanations beyond that would be to take duality, take the conjured self, take the separate sense of a self of an individual that believes it is a unique, separate individual of itself with its own birth name and birthright, unlike anybody else and everybody else that it believes is also thinking in that same way, It's not so. It's not happening. Never was happening. Never will happen. That's not true. That's just a story. That was all conjured. It's all fictitious. It's all fictional. It's made up. It's conjured. All of it. All the stories of all the human beings, all the human races, everything that's ever been identified that way, as separate human races, human beings, and separate to different living things. No. It's all just one. One, simply this. Everything. Whole, complete, perfect, just as it is. Just as it continues to appear. That's it. This may be the last one I'll decide to do. Yeah. Volume 3, this is the last one. Because taking two of the prominent non-duality speakers in these times, and enough information has been shared and discussed, and you reach a point of where using the English language in this way, this cannot be described any more or any less than it has already been described. It's just simply redundant now. It's just repetitive, repeating the same type of information, but using the English language in various terms to do so. So 3 samples is good enough. So volume 3, this is the final volume of an interpretation of a satsang. So this is the third and final one. The first one was, volume 1 was a satsang held by Paul Hederman. And the second one was Jim Newman. And this final third one will be with Andreas Mueller. And then if there are going to be any type of future negotiations or interactions, or perhaps one-to-one satsangs, or maybe even a volume 4, we'll cross that bridge if we even get to it, if that bridge is ever crossed. I've yet to see, using a figure of speech metaphor. Just a way of so to speak, I suppose you could say. But we'll continue sharing the various non-duality Facebook pages that are currently live on the internet right now. And Taishanti Vedanta is just simply a conjured pseudonym that's been used online. Not for no agenda, for no reason, no particular reason, but it's just now recognized, was not recognized before, as though there wasn't before to recognize, or not recognize, but this has always been the same, the way it always has been, and it always will be. Then there's this body mind, and then there's experience that it requires nutrition, and it needs to eat, it needs to feed, so it gets fed. This body mind gets fed, and that's it. It needs rest, it gets rest. It needs to feed, it gets fed. It needs to go to the bathroom, it does that. So there's no reason behind it. It's just what the body mind does. Body mind naturally does that. Just like all the other different types of body minds of different other life forms and kingdoms throughout this planet, on this earth. That's okay. Let's get back to the portion here of Andreas Mueller's satsang in London.
Completely. Which is great. I mean, sitting in a room doesn't have to be understood. And that's all there is. There isn't anything else.
But it needs to be understood if you're still a me.
No, there's the dream that it needs to be understood. But even then, it doesn't have to be understood.
But even from that perspective, dream or not dream, you know, for a me, it needs to be understood.
No,
Whether it's a dream or
there's
not.
no
We
understanding
don't know
for a
it's
me
true.
anywhere
A me would think it's
to be
true.
found.
Yeah, within the dream of I am, there is the illusion that this is something, that I can understand this something, and that this understanding will give me something, will add to my future fulfilling experience. But still, this understanding that isn't needed.
Yeah,
It's
as
just
though
needed,
the
it's
life of a
illusory.
body mind is leading somewhere else, other than when it's already just simply being. It's being everywhere.
Yes, me thinks if I can understand that,
There's not a separate place
I'll be
for
better.
that to happen. It's all happening now.
That I can navigate through my life more easily.
Right. There's no navigation necessary to go anywhere else, other than simply being part of every awareness. You're mingling with the every awareness of everything. Yeah. Every awareness of everything, with everything, mingling with
There's
everything.
nothing to understand.
Because we're not even of it.
It's not an
We're just mingling
it's
with
not
it.
an-
Yeah. Everything that appears as it does is time, the appearance of
Can you talk a
everything.
little bit more about this concept of I am?
Concept of I am.
What your definition of what that really means?
Well,
I am.
a definition of I am is to say
What
that
that really,
I am,
well,
I'm
I
already
wouldn't say
complete.
I am,
I am an individual conjured self,
it's,
and that this
I would
individuality
describe
of
its
amness
description because it doesn't really
has
happen.
ended.
It's not really
It's already
there.
complete. It's whole.
But it's more like
I
an
already
energetic
am.
setup. So it's a
You can't be an
sense of
am
I'm here.
If you
Something
are
for
constantly
me, it's
always
something quite
being.
natural. Yes, I'm here.
The
So
amness.
this doesn't, in that sense, need
Of
a
presence.
concept about what I am. It's a sense of I'm something here, and this is something over there. And in fact, all of this doesn't need a story. It's just
To be what it is.
an
Yeah.
immediate or
For
an
everything
instant
to be every awareness,
setup.
to be as it
I'm here
is.
and you're over there.
That does not require a story or an explanation to know about it.
So it's much more, in that sense, it's much more than an idea. of
This,
I
everything
am
doesn't
or a
need to be
concept.
known.
It's an
And
energetic
there's nothing
feeling. I'm
that
alive.
has to be done about it.
It feels like
You're just
I'm
simply
really alive
being.
in here.
It's the
There's a person,
awakeness,
there's
the
something.
aliveness of being alive, awakeness to being awake.
But in your situation, even though there's
There are no
being, it's
situations
like
of yours
having
or
a
mine.
human experience.
Right there.
No, of course not.
Nip it in the bud. Zen bitch slap immediately right there. See, when the questioner
no
begins to
experience
question
at
that
all.
way, that separate sense
That's
of
the
self
dream.
begins to question
I'm
like
here,
that.
and I
You nip it in the
experience
bud
what
and say,
is
there
out
is no
there.
you, there is no me.
This
There
is
are no
separate-
separate
this is the
entities that
energetic
are experiencing a
setup of
special,
separation.
unique reality, unlike anybody else.
So of course there's no experience of anything. Neither of science,
Everybody's off
nor
the
of
freaking
this,
game
nor
board
being
now.
human, nor,
There is no game going on.
nor of sitting on a room in London.
That's why this idea of a big theory of everything, that there's a larger conscious system, that
There's no
there's different
experience of
game
this.
grids and reality frames, all bullshit. There are no fucking reality frames. There are no separate
Which is
reality
strange
frames.
because you're sitting there
This is simply
talking
everything.
to
No.
a body, even if there is nobody here.
No, there is no here or
I'm
Suggests-
there.
not even talking to a body. I'm not in here.
Yeah, there is no here or there.
Would you say that there was something talking to a something?
No, of course
No,
not.
everything's
So
appearing in
basically what
something.
you're saying is it is really just an illusion. There is nothing going on, there's nobody here.
Yeah, these are just
Exactly.
energetic movements of appearances. That's right, and that's frustrating
Chairs.
to the conjured self, to a
That's really
separate
not helpful.
sense of a self. Yeah, of course
So
not.
where are you?
It's not intended to be helpful to anybody.
If you're not here, where are you?
That's right.
Well,
In every
I'm also not
awareness.
anywhere else.
But consciously you're here though.
No, there's no consciousness.
There is no
I'm
here or
not
there.
conscious.
Yeah, there's no consciousness. There's just the
What's
appearance
the point?
There's
of
no
every
point.
awareness. Yeah, there is no point.
So,
Yeah.
Sounds really depressing.
yeah, for me it's depressing. Yeah.
For an individual conjured self that believes that it is separate from everything, everybody and everything
I'm
else.
sorry.
Oh yeah,
maybe
it's
one
going
thing, this
to
message is not
believe
helpful.
that it is having to be depressed about a
It's not
situation
me.
that
It's
it
not
doesn't
trying
understand
to
it's
make
in.
things good. Yeah, for me it's not helpful, but besides for me there's no one there, so it's not helpful.
Yeah, when you refer to this depression,
That's what I see. Seen from
there are
me,
depressing
it's there.
thoughts and are depressing
So it's
things
nothing
and experiences that
vicious
can't
or
happen, but is that the
nothing
ultimate?
that is in any form attractive.
Experience for a
It's
human
about-
being to have? No.
It's simple death
There is no having.
without replacement of
experiences.
something better.
Simply the sensations of
So
death.
without the replacement, so you did say yesterday that whatever it is that's happening, not happening, experience, not experience, whatever it is something completely different to anything that we can think of and understand in this so-called illusion. And it was, and I think you said that it's because, for example, if something comes up here and it's distressing, you could feel that same distress, but there'd be no one to feel it, so it comes up. So therefore,
There isn't even a feeling of coming and going, that something is coming and going. But I know what you mean. The same thing might apparently happen, but for no one.
right. So would you not suggest that would be better, not to have to go through life with all those?
There is nobody
weaknesses,
going through life.
and
See, he
fears
just said that. Oh, for somebody going through life.
No,
There
it's
is
not
nobody
better.
going through life. There is simply life.
It just isn't. Sorry. Both
There's
is
life
what
happening,
apparently-
yeah, but it's not. Life's not
Both-
happening for
both
you,
is how it
for
is
me,
has
for
to be.
If you're
anybody.
taking
Get it?
ownership,
There's the
and I am
appearance of
taking
bodies.
ownership, that would suggest to me.
Yeah, but I don't take ownership because I died, not because I don't take ownership from an enlightened position. That would be cool.
Yeah, from an enlightened position, right. Oh, that makes sense. Think about that for a minute.
Yeah,
Entertain
it's
an
not
idea.
okay.
Check
you
it
can
out.
make I'm sorry. Yes, it's absolutely not for no one. So
Yeah, it doesn't
it's
go
not
anywhere.
there to experience the better.
Right. Sure, there's experiences of life, but it's not
It's a
for
lose-lose
anybody.
situation.
Life is not for anybody exclusive.
Either you are
An
there or you're
exclusive
separate, or you're free, but you're
Individual
not
body
there.
mind. That's not what life's about. Life is simply life. as
Someone's got the
life.
Just
setup
get
wrong
more
somewhere.
depressed.
Someone's got the setup wrong somewhere. Someone's made a mistake here. I'm sure.
There are no mistakes. For this to be as it appears, there's no mistake. The mistake is believing that you are a separate individual entity. That's where the mistake is taken. Is apparently appearing to happen. It's being conjured by that body mind, entertaining that idea.
Whatever was going to happen. But from the kind of condensed perspective of me and I need to do this and I need to do that, and I'm really.
Nothing is necessary to be done.
What were you into? Like what sort of practices?
No, nobody's into anything. Everything that was conjured as a story by any body mind claimed that it was an individual that had special experiences unlike anyone else. Is all bullshit. It's just a fucking story. Nothing more, nothing less, nothing significant about it at all.
We're discussing right now.
No, not really. I was looking for something. Yeah, I was seeking. I
Yeah.
was seeking for something.
There was a seeking energy that starts out
I
with
wasn't
all
seeking for that.
conjured cells. All conjured
Me doesn't
cells
see
become conditioned
instead.
Yeah.
to think
He
in
sees
terms of,
something.
oh, I need to find
So,
something
I mean,
that
if
I'm
you
missing.
read- if you read
I
something,
don't feel
all
fulfilled, I don't feel
kinds of
whole. There's something
what
missing. I'm not
should
sure what it
be
is,
or shouldn't be.
but I'm going to see if I can find it.
I tried moment
Yeah.
or I don't know. What kept me busy for some time is trying to be here and now.
Yeah, body mind entertains these ideas as though it needs to be doing something different, something new, something that has never attempted ever before. It needs to be involved and engaged in some kind of activity that it requires, it needs to do in order to be what it's already being, which is just simply being alive. It's simply being alive, and that this body mind
Seems like you're the wrong person to be asking all these questions.
feels as though it's attached to. It's not attached to it.
Yeah,
It's just
if you
an
want an
appearance.
answer, then it's,
It casts a reflection in a mirror, does it not? Well, then that means that you are alive to that degree. That degree of casting an image.
I mean, of course, there's
Energetic movement. It's an apparent appearance. Time is timing that. Time is timing those appearances. That appear in the mirrors. These are energetic
I mean,
movements, manifestations.
People
They're
unconditional
impermanent.
love or in loveness.
These are impermanent manifestations that are humanly corporeal.
Would you go along with those kind of
They don't
words?
appear, they
Yeah,
don't
in a
appear
way
to
you
be
could
any
say
other type
in love.
of human corporeal
there is, it's
appearances
not a relationship.
in any
There's
of
no one in love
other
with
kingdoms
what is.
Yeah.
of life forms
But of
on this
course,
earth,
when
other
there is
than the
no
human
one,
corporeal form.
Everything
The question is
is
its own existence.
good or
If it
fine
believes it has
or
a separate
okay or
existence.
right in
The
its
question.
own way as it is.
When the
One could say
questioning
that
of
is love.
existentialism is not required. That is a-
There's no one there complaining about that. There's no one there to complain about what is.
There's nobody anywhere.
That's love.
There's only
Well,
apparent
that
appearance as though there's
absolutely shit and
somebody
there's no one there to
separate
complain.
to complain about something.
Sorry?
It could be absolutely shit and there'd be no one there to complain.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, who makes that
So what I'm
decision?
saying,
Complaining
If something
may
is shit or
happen,
is
but
not
there's no
shit.
one
So
complaining
there's no
about
one to
that.
complain about.
And who's to
it,
say
actually,
that?
If it's good, bad or indifferent, actually makes no difference at all. You could still say actually if it was shit that it was unconditional love because there's no one there to even measure it against anything else.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
So it's not really unconditional love, that's just another word that's being used to explain
Yeah, it's
something
another
that can't
word
be
for no
explained.
thing. It's another word for something that is no thing. That isn't something that can't be understood, that has no names. That's what I mean. In a way you could say, seeing it like that, there is no one experiencing this as not it.
Yeah.
It's
I
just
mean,
totally
those
complete,
words can
as it
only
is.
come from a person to describe something that can't be known. Because there can't be anything, if there's no one there to know that, then
No.
nobody there could give it a word.
Well, I don't expect anyone to know or to understand what I say. No, of course not.
What is being shared, what is being stated here, is simply a recognition.
Maybe this world isn't such a bad place after all. Maybe we're better off just here.
Sorry?
For me, it feels like maybe this isn't such a bad place to be separated. Because to feel all the things and experience all the things we experience is quite beautiful. I know there's moments of disaster, but in the main, there's some beautiful things too. At least you get to experience that, but there's no one to experience it. It begs the question as to whether you'd want anything but this.
Yeah, me doesn't want this. Of course, yeah. It's not a suggestion that this is better. Why would me want to die? Of course, there's no reason for that. Including itself.
And yet there's a sense here that you want it anyway. There's a sense here that you want it, it's home.
Yeah, I mean, whenever there is I am, no matter how how it tries to talk itself into that, experiencing is a good thing actually. There's just a sense of unfulfillment.
But then the point is, there's a sense of unfulfillment here, which I would imagine
Which
is
isn't right or wrong. It just is
No,
what happens.
and I accept
And
that.
it's not
But this other place is,
which other place?
well, there is no place, this place, whatever you want to call it. You know, sorry. It's you, rub it off on me, Mr. Yeah, so I'm saying it's not better. It's just absolutely not better. It can't be better.
Yes, it's this, of course. There isn't anything better than this. This is the best as it gets.
But this is what I'm saying, is that when you say that there's no one there to know that it's good, bad or indifferent, and then you get Tony, what's the word Tony uses? He calls it the beloved.
Yeah.
Or you get Paul Morgan Summers that will turn around and say it's a fuck off love affair. You know, and then, but who is to even say there's any of those things?
And no one.
Because there's no one feeling any of this in death.
Yeah. There's no one feeling it, but it's all there is. This is love. This is wholeness. This is it. This is all there is.
And
But there is no need for, there is no possibility and no need that someone additionally experiences it.
Sure, but what you could say is this is love, this is unconditional love, this is beauty, this is everything, but in the same vein it must also be hate and anger and disaster and all of those things equally.
Yeah, but you think of an apparent happening that you describe as loving or something. Yes, of course, in that sense, hate is love, or hate is the unknown. Or, yeah, of course. Yeah.
It's like unconditional love is like duality is allowed to be.
Yeah, a way. I mean, there's nothing in essence allowed to be, but
It just is. Okay, no, alright, let me rephrase that. So, there's no argument, there's nothing there that's going, duality needs to stop. Duality, it accepts.
no, duality
accepts.
never happens.
Okay.
Duality is an illusion. That there are things is an illusion. That there are real happenings like love or hate or war or peace or is illusory.
So, right there, in other words, that there are separate things is the dream, yeah, it's the illusion. That, another word that has been used so often and commonly in the Bhagavad Gita and the Upanishads, in the Vedic Advaita Vedanta and these writings going way back, the impermanence of Maya. Impermanence. That which is impermanence is constantly changing. It is the visible observance of change. Time is timing the apparent appearances of everything that will ever appear. And it can appear as a dream that's dual in nature. So these dualities that a body-mind conjures and entertains those ideas of as a separate sense of self, will conjure the idea as though an experience has to be this way or that way. Experience has to be to this degree or that degree. It has to be experienced to this degree good as it possibly could be, and it cannot possibly be, and it has to be avoided at all costs. Every experience that a body-mind could ever claim to experience, that it is a bad experience, or it is a painful one, or in body. But it is, if it's self-identifying itself as a body, then it's going to take the dual nature of the dream, and it's going to apply that to itself and say that it is the dreamer. So the dreamer that believes it is the dreamt in a dream of this reality frame, that it is of that, then it will continue to reinforce that idea of a separate sense of self. That it is a very unique individual. It has its own free will and choice, its own birthing and birthright to live its life as it so chooses to live it. Within the dream alike, or the dream rules of the dream reality, or the dreamlike reality frame, that's dual in nature. That needs to appear a certain way, needs to be experienced a certain way, and that each day that must be maintained, and that there must be some effort exerted for those dualities to be maintained in some specific way for that individual body-mind. Life is not for any body, any individual body-mind, anywhere, because that's not what's happening. There are not any exclusive individual bodies that are experiencing life in a very unique, special way, unlike anybody else is experiencing life. And when they say they're experiencing life, there is just simply life. The experience of life does not require an experience of life for life to appear and to happen as it does. The happenings of life are the energetic movements of enlivenedness, the enlivenedness of dreamings, the apparent appearance of body-minds are those energy forms, those energy fields that are manifesting as temporary, humanly corporeal, human, and permanently so, and for an indefinite, indeterminate duration in space and time, but not of space, and not of space and time, are manifestations of units of local quality conscious energy fields, humanly corporeal, and apparently appearing in visibly observable mirrors for an impermanent, indeterminate duration in space and time, and not of space and time. It's not for anybody in particular. It is simply apparently appearing to be what's happening, and it will continue to be that way when it is eventually no longer visibly observable mirrors, and it's simply an energy field, And where the energy field goes and however it begins to manifest in a different way, in a different manner, and in some other type of way or manner or energetic movement, it's not knowable. Not even knowable via that energy field. It's simply an energy field that is freely moving of its own accord and volition. And just as the wind blows, as the wind is felt against the face of a body mind, and the wind just keeps going on and going on. Where does it go? It's not going to any particular place. It is simply everywhereness. It is just, the course of direction is just as the river flows. It's the flowing of time, timing, the appearances of everything. And that's an energetic flow. It's continual, constant, consistent, consistently that way. And not for anybody exclusively.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
But that would be the unconditional love, that whatever is, whatever apparently happens, which is a story, whatever apparently happens, because it's this, whatever apparently happens is right in its own way. That's why it's unconditional love. But unconditional love in that sense, I hardly use that word. But unconditional love in that sense doesn't need an experience of love. It's unconditional. That's the unconditional. This doesn't has any conditions to be as it is. This doesn't have anything. This doesn't need anything to make it whole. It doesn't need to be good. It doesn't need to be loving. It doesn't need to feel pleasant. No one cares.
Nobody has to care.
Yeah, exactly.
There is no necessity for anybody, exclusive somebody or a group of somebody to care. There are no deities to worship. There are no rituals to follow. There are no religions that have to be followed. For everything to appear as it does.
It's not an experience, then the whole thing is useless.
Of course it is useless. There isn't anything else which could be useful for. It's
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah.
Of course it's useless. That's the freedom. That's the ease.
For everything to appear as it does, there doesn't have to be usefulness behind
Good
it.
for anything else.
Yeah, there's no usefulness behind that which appears as it does. There's all the energetic movements of everything that appears as it does. Does that require usefulness of it? Of course not.
It's already
Silly.
whole, so to speak.
Wholly useless.
Yeah, it's not it's useless for anybody.
Most useless.
It's not useless for somebody. Yeah, it's most you can call it that if you want. Usefulness for whom? What, life? Life must have some degree of usefulness in order for life to appear as it does?
So can I just say, when anyone's got a car in the car park, it's just coming up to 10 to 12, so we need to go get tickets for the cars, just so you know if anybody's got a car in the car park there. Yeah. No, the estate tax. Sorry? You got 3 hours. Yeah, absolutely, for 1 o'clock. 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock. What do you mean as an experience? Do you mean people staying in place as an experience search?
Exactly. That is how I would describe the setup of separation. I, the situation, and in a way the process of experiencing between those two. So, liberation in that sense is just the death of that complete setup. In a way, me dying, automatically this whole thing falls together. And that's what I would describe as experience. I experience this situation. I perceive, I am conscious of I'm aware. Those would all describe the setup of experience, or set of consciousness all around the sun. But it's undescribable and not how it is without that. Because there is no one left experiencing that either. There is no one experiencing the end of experience. So to speak.
There is stuff happening.
No, not really. Because that something is happening is actually part of the dream of experience. Because that's part of that setup, that I am something real, and that what I experience is something real. So what's left when there is no experience isn't even something that happens. That's completely unknown. But it's at the same time it's this. But it's not something, it's no thing.
I don't know how it can be nothing.
Sorry?
I don't know how it can be nothing. I mean, there's colour and sound.
Exactly. As long as there is someone, this definitely is something. It's only something. Because of experience. Because I experience this. I'm a thing, and this is a thing. But my experiencing, so to speak, turns it into a thing. That's the dream. That's the added dream. I experience this.
When you say it turns it into a thing, what's that it?
But there isn't even an it. It's no thing. It turns that which is no thing and not separate things into many separate things. So there's no separation here. There is no me, there is no table, whatever. There's no floor, there's no room as separate things. That would be the added reality.
Even if it's an illusion of some kind, there's the illusion, isn't there?
Sorry? Even if...
But to talk about it, to even speak, there's how can we say that there's nothing? Because there's...
In that sense, I wouldn't say it's nothing, it's no thing. I'm sorry,
No,
very...
no, not particularly. No.
It's nothing. It's nothing and everything. This, or what apparently happens, it's nothing in the sense that it's nothing, I don't know the right word, nothing distinctive, but it's at the same time everything. This is everything, but nothing in particular. Or if you put those two words together, it's no thing, which can't be.
In other words, no thing is exclusively real. Things are appearances of time, timing the appearances of things as though they are separate things, visibly observable as separate things when they're both. They are things appearing as something, and they are no things appearing as everything. Everything, no thinking, and no seeing, everything.
What creates the energetic sense of separation?
I mean, the energetic sense of separation isn't created. It's nothing that really happens. It's no thing as the sense of separation. So there's no thing, and the creation of separation out of that.
Nothing. It's no thing appearing as separation.
One could say so, yeah. Yeah, it's not. It really happens.
And that's the sense that there's, I'm here, and it feels like I'm here,
Yeah.
and you're there.
Exactly. I mean, that's within, one could say, I am. What's the dilemma of I am is that it only lives in the sense of reality, but it's real and unreal. I would say. It only consists of experiencing itself as real, but it is real and unreal. That's its dilemma here.
This is not attractive to me,
No.
and so when I'm in my house buying plane tickets and organising all these meetings, I have a big question mark. Why?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. So this is almost a proof that you're not deciding anyway.
Yeah, I feel that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
A bunch of idiots comes to mind. That's a real a bunch of idiots comes to mind.
Well,
Doing things that have got no benefit.
as long as it doesn't.
Why instead of why not? Really think about it.
I was just going to say, as long as it doesn't come across as something being some kind of neoliberal kind of setting in one sense. I'm just curious about, you know, like Tony Parsons makes a joke about people when they ask a question about, you know, why is there so much suffering in the world, right? And, you know, he has a certain answer to that. But there's also an interesting thing about how the setup of inequality and famine and poor water and, you know, the sort of social and basic inequality that is present over the planet and stuff, and how much, although this is an extremely revolutionary message, how much, you know, there is also a sense that the me has with regards that it leads to some kind of idea of passivity, and that somehow the message leads to, you know, non-participation in change or something like that. You know, that the idea that there's this tendency for the mind to disengage from changing anything or participating in anything that might result in altering, you know, because this is it. And that I'm sort of just my mind is like somehow I'm hovering around that.
Yeah, but of course, I mean, this is what maybe this comes, or probably this comes out of an understanding, because me understands this message to some part and tries to do it. So it sees this message as everything else, as a personal message. So it asks, okay, if I want to realize what's being said here, how can I do that?
Yeah.
And yes, if this is everything,
Me will try and imitate everything.
me will try to, what does it mean if this is everything? Then nothing has to change. Okay, so I'm not there to do anything. Okay, so I don't do anything. I let things happen. I don't involve. Because I'm not
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, this idea happens for many people who come in order in a way to imitate or to try to approach this or to be this, what's being said. Seeing it as a personal message.
Yeah, that makes me want to sit and do nothing all day.
Okay, does that mean that I should do nothing? Which is absolutely not what's being said here.
No.
But doing nothing might happen though.
But yeah, of course, yeah. But on the other hand, there's a little bit to it, because in a way, what dies together with I am is the actual need to change anything. So me, of course, lives in a need for change, because this isn't it. So that setup of this is it, and I have to do something to create something, a real better, this drops completely. But the surprise in that sense is that if doing is what happens, or it doesn't need a me to work on change.
So,
Yet there is no one there anymore who assumes his or her fulfillment in the future better.
so let's say, sorry, it's carrying on from that question. Let's say that this, the world, or everything started going towards a kind of new fascism, and everyone got slavery came about. You know, that body ended up getting conscripted in, put in chains. Well, you know, that's fine. This is what's happening.
Of course, not for me, of course. That would be what apparently happens. There would be no one there to complain.
What about the injustice of that? Wouldn't that, does that not occur that might be an injustice?
Oh yes. I mean, what's fair on this planet? I mean, justice is an idea. There's no justice. One could say the only justice is that everything is nothing. That's the justice. But nothing else.
Do you think, so would
But
you
there may
say,
be suffering, complaining, pain, but this would just be what apparently happens.
so would you say the notion of equality and justice for all? Well, why is that so funny? Alright, a lot of people believe in this as a kind of like idea.
Yeah, of course.
You know.
We're all the same.
Yeah. But no, you would say that's just a pie in the sky for the me.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
Is anything, I mean, I don't know. 10% of the people are rich and 20% don't have even clear water.
Yeah.
That's what happens. That's what apparently happens. It never was fair, actually.
Probably never could be fair. Probably.
Probably, yeah.
But it's also defined as perfect imperfection.
Yeah, as I said, all of that doesn't really happen. It's no thing appearing as that. There's, in that sense, no reality in anything like that, but that doesn't make it feel better necessarily.
Can I just go back to an earlier point we were talking about doership?
Yeah.
All right. Do you think there is a danger that if a me hears this message, that it's an excuse to not take responsibility for their life?
There is no danger, but yes, me will misunderstand that message, of course.
So could you explain a little bit more about that message and what it's really saying?
It doesn't say anything. There is no message. So in a way, every understanding is a misunderstanding of that message.
So if we're saying that you could misinterpret doership and use it as an excuse not to take responsibility or do anything.
Yeah, of course.
So could you at least talk a little bit about that from your perspective?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter because me doesn't decide on anyway what happens or doesn't happen. But yes, me will or may use this as an excuse. Yeah. In that sense, that's not right or wrong. That's what apparently happens, but it's not what is suggested here.
Well,
It's just-
I understand that, but it just feels that actually in the wrong hands it could be quite a dangerous message.
No, because this in a way still assumes that that there is someone who could do or not do.
Yeah, so what you're saying is what's happening is happening regardless to do a ship or not. That whole thing is just an illusionary concept.
Exactly.
You know, so I do get that, but it feels that I'm sitting here and I could decide to sit on the chair next to me, or I could kill somebody, or I could do something.
No, you couldn't. That's the dream. That you can do because of you know something, or because no, you couldn't.
So what you're saying, if I wanted to kill somebody, I couldn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. You could even kill someone,
But that's just
but if
what's
you didn't want to do it.
It's a great thing, isn't it? No matter what you do, that was my choice. You know,
Sorry?
it's like, because if you look at in the great scheme of things, no matter whether you turn left or right, it was always going to be that. So you can't. So
Yeah, but it's not good or right in the sense that it will lead to the right goal. It's good because it already is it. Turning left or right is what happens.
So I've heard some speakers say, I mean, just to carry on from the kind of political kind of slant, I've heard people, non-Joe speakers, say that they don't care, nothing that cares anymore about what's happening in the world or anything. Would you go along with that?
Yes.
There's nothing there that cares about what's going on in the world.
I mean, there can be an apparent caring, but there is no one there who lives in the reality that there is a world and that I have to care about that. Yeah, of course. But this isn't replaced by a state of carelessness.
No.
So there's no one who doesn't care.
Okay.
It's just the whole experience that I am, and that there is a real world, and that I'm living in that world is illusion.
I don't know how to phrase this, but I'll say it in a dualistic way.
Yeah.
Do you ever find yourself sitting in front of the TV, shouting at it with that's disgraceful, or getting angry? And the news, for example.
That doesn't happen that often, but it's imaginable, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Of course, I mean, all the crap you see there.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not? That's it.
Okay.
And do you ever then laugh at yourself for having got caught up in something that actually is not really happening?
No, of course not, because I don't get caught up in something.
And it could arise. You said you could be watching TV and anger could arise.
Yeah,
No.
that's what happens. There's no expectations to myself to not become angry.
So what you're saying doesn't need to be a me to get angry.
Yeah, of course. That's part of the dream of I am, that I'm doing feelings, or that I'm responsible for feelings and reactions.
So potentially you could lose your temper with somebody and but feel no remorse for the upset that you caused.
Yes.
That's got to be good.
That's not very nice, is it really? I mean, that's...
Doesn't
Actually,
happen that often.
Good to know.
Sometimes at home it's close.
Do you ever find yourself apologising?
Yeah, apparently happens. Not very often, but yeah. Which just is what apparently happens. So I don't do it, or think that I have to do it, in order to make something good. One could say it's an apparent functioning as a human being, which doesn't need an I. It's part of the dream of I am, that I'm doing the functioning of the body and the behavior. It's just, no. All of this doesn't need an I. This doesn't need an I to be as it is. That's the dream of I am. That I speak, that I behave, that I get angry, that I do or not do.
Do you feel that there's a sort of call it instinctual, but sometimes instinctual recognition when a me comes at you and you're aware of what its intention might want or desire or in some way, I mean, is there an awareness of its intentions despite what it's saying?
Not really, no. Sometimes an idea may pop up, but no. I'm not watchful in that sense.
But there's an awareness of what's happening.
No.
Sorry, no, not an awareness.
There may be an apparent awareness, which would be a functioning as a human being.
But an intelligence?
May appear. Or, yeah, I mean, yeah. Some people might describe that as intelligence, or might assume intelligence behind that. Yeah. Which just is, or would be, what apparently happens. For no one.
So what about views, opinions, politics, takes on things, all that kind of stuff? I'm presuming that doesn't disappear.
It's what apparently happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Andreas' character has opinions on things.
Yes, apparently.
But they're no one's opinions.
Sorry?
But they're no one's opinions.
And there is no one who experiences I have opinions, and that there are real opinions. There's no one who experiences any truth.
Being right and being wrong.
Yeah.
Because me hold on to our opinions and being right, and
Yeah.
compared to other opinions.
Yeah. Yeah. Me experiences everything, or what happens, or everything as real. So it assumes, it experiences its opinions as something real.
You have to be defended.
In a way, yeah. Yeah.
I mean, as a me, sometimes I find myself defending my opinions because I'm defending me
Yeah.
through defending my opinions.
Yeah. One could say so. Yeah. I mean, when there is someone, this me lives within that setup as its only reality. I am, and that's my opinion, and I'm right. And you are someone, that's your opinion, and that's not right. That's all me lives in.
Yeah.
Or a separate sense of self, a conjured self, will believe that.
How did it come to be seen that the me wasn't real?
That its opinions matter.
First of all, I wouldn't really say that that it was seen. It just died. And in the end,
There is a
this death,
recognition
or this end of that experience,
there was
comes
never
for no reason.
An individual conjured self that
So-
was
Was that a simple
existing or living
event in your case, or
in a body of its own.
It wasn't very dramatic, actually, I have to say.
It was calling that my body.
I mean, I would say in the end,
When that sense of
it's a
ownership
story.
drops,
In the end, it's
then
always a
there's
single
no
event.
longer
Because
the
at one
sense
point, apparently,
of a separate
it's just
self
over. And until that, there
that
is
is
someone
within
living
that
in the
body
story.
mind anymore.
But
It
I could
doesn't
say
matter.
I had something like a slow
So whatever apparently
A
appears to
fade.
happen
yeah,
medically
yeah.
with pains, anxieties, all the different
Yeah.
feelings that body mind's going through, they're
So
not
I had
claimed.
I had,
That's
as
my
a story
feelings.
would say, I had some
Where's my
intense
pain?
years of seeking,
Simply
which
pain
were really up and down
experienced
and really intense.
via
The
that body
last
mind.
2 years, they were, like a slow down. So in the end, I didn't even have an event. It was,
Is that because the 2 years prior you had some realisations and it was just a gradual, deeper understanding into something
no,
there was
it
no
wasn't a
understanding?
gradual, deeper understanding. That was maybe the dream I was living in.
Right, yeah, yeah. But it was a
Thinking that I
collapse.
would survive all of this. I was just fading out. Which I wouldn't have said in that when I was there, I clearly was in a process of more understanding and deepening. Of course, I mean, until the last breath in, me think that it will survive. it will survive its breath out. So, of course, I wouldn't have said that I'm dying. I assume that I'm on a path, and that I'm better off than I was before, but still not there. And that I have to go deeper, still deeper. Wasn't deep enough.
Never deep enough.
Yeah, of course.
Did you have considerations with energy at that moment? Feeling energy? Is there a lot of energy, not a lot of energy?
Well, I can't say that because I was a spiritual seeker, so I did all kinds of energy things, and it seemed that always something was happening, which I was trying to get an idea of what it is, and so I don't know. Yes, but I couldn't say because of that.
Even though there's no cause or effect, you said it felt like there was a sort of a fading away over a couple of years.
Sorry?
Although there's no cause and effect, you said there appeared to be, in the storyline, a fading away over a couple of years.
Yeah.
Can you talk about that?
Yeah, but for this to happen...
I'm not saying there's any cause or effect, I'm just interested in your story, that's all.
Yeah, there's no cause and effect of
Yeah.
it. There's just is a story. In the end, a story that never happened. But
Yeah.
that is
Sure.
or could say, that is what apparently happened. Without any cause and effect.
Yeah, sure, and I get that. What was that?
What was what?
What was the fading away over the last couple of years? You said you felt that there was...
Well, I had one before, but it just was kind of an awakening where it was absolutely obvious that I will never get it.
Right.
So, at that point, somehow lots of the spiritual seeking fell off. And for me, it was very relieving because I was so burdened by the attempt to become something. I didn't want to become enlightened or something, but I wanted to become really happy. And yet, and I was so, the seeking has become such a burden for me that it was really relieving, the fact that I will never manage it, I will never get it. So a lot of that seeking energy somehow fell off, though I survived it, and I kept on coming back into the on the ground a little bit, and just trying to have a good time. Go out at night, seeing women, earning little money, go on journeys, stuff like that. But of course it was still someone there working on it. And of course there was also a sense that I'm on a path and that I'm a little bit more here and now, that it goes deeper and
Getting nearer.
getting nearer. Yeah, in a way. Just that what happens, what I experience, just isn't it. And that something waits in the future for me. Something has yet to come.
And in that dilemma, all that's left is waiting in that reality.
Wait, yeah. Well, for me now, I wasn't really waiting. I was just trying to manage the little things I could manage.
Mm.
But of course, everything in order to.
Yeah.
Still, everything I did.
There's
I went out at night in order to have fun. And I thought that going out at night and having fun would be part of a happy life. So that's what,
yeah.
so the whole setup of who I am was still there, functioning as it functions.
But then, the sense of a separate self, though, will also take that idea of having fun, or that it's a separate conjured self, an individual, self-sustained, self-sufficient individual person that is that's experiencing life as a personal experience, that it will say and has said, this is my life, I will live my life as I see fit with my own free will and choice, when that is not what was happening. It's never happening. There is simply life. there is no free will and choice of an individual, because an individual is not separate from everybody and everything else. Yes, there are the apparent appearances of body-minds, and that's just it. It's just appearance of body-minds. Now, there can also be a sensation of illnesses that are contracted by a body-mind, and the illness could be a cold, it could be a cough, it could be pains, various types of medical conditions. And so that sense of a separate self that believes itself to be no thing more than its own claimed body and mind, that this is my body, this is my mind, it's my life I'm living. And it doesn't matter what anybody else thinks or says, because it never did, never will. And yet, there is this sense of a separate self thinking to itself as though that it must simply accept that the body-mind that it senses to feel as though it is part of, and has been carrying that reflection all along, and visibly observable mirrors, and that the experiences that it claimed for itself as though they were its own experiences encapsulated who it was, or who it has been, and that whom that it had been was the self-identification with its own body-mind that's claiming to have its own body-mind as my body and my mind, and then my memories, and then my knowledge of those memories, and my knowledge and memories of those experiences that were had, that were experienced via this body-mind, that I believe to be solely my own personal body-mind, and that I will carry this for the rest of its life. But just because it is apparently appearing and visibly observable in mirrors does not reinforce the idea that this is who I am. This is not even what I am. These body-minds are not what we are. Is apparently appearing as a human corporeal form, yes, and casting a reflection of a body-mind, human form, that is the visibly observable mirrors, and yet when looked away from a mirror, there is simply this this sensation as though this body-mind is considering thoughts, entertaining thoughts and ideas, all types of them, but no longer claiming them to be my own thoughts, when it once was believed to be personal, exclusive thoughts that were private thoughts, that were to be held private and taken personally, as though those thoughts were for me, for myself, as a conjured self to entertain, as that birth name and birthright that had been given, or that had been presumed and thought to be given as a birth name and birthright, as though that was something to be naturally accepted and presumed to be the way that it is for everybody, and it should be that way. That each person is a separate, personal, individual, special, uniquely specialized individual person with their own birth name and birthright, and that they have free will and choice to continue experiencing life in any manner by which they may choose to live out the rest of life that it is experiencing, and to call it its own life. And make plans for the future, and these plans would be activities that it would want to experience, and places it would want to visit, places to go, and And so it looks forward to a future that it has yet to confirm that will happen. So, there is that way of thinking as well, where the body-mind has experienced life as though it had its own life, personal life to experience, and that it could continue to choose choices, make choices to choose particular ideas and entertain those ideas, and then turn them into actual experiences if they are just entertained as ideas and thoughts that have yet to be experienced as something that requires some activity of doing, some application of a doing, or involvement or engagement with the body-mind associated with that idea or that thought of that activity that had yet to embark upon, such as a planning of a vacation, to go revisit a place that it once recalled, remembered when it was younger, when the body-mind it had once witnessed in a past timeline that it appeared before a mirror, the apparent appearance, the observably visible body-mind that once appeared young, vibrant, more energetic, appeared that way because it was a prior time when it was appearing and manifesting as that human corporeal form in a lesser span of time. The longer the time spent for an energy field to exhibit, to exude a manifestation as a unit of impermanent human corporeal apparent appearances, observably visible mirrors for an impermanently indeterminate duration in space and time and not of space and time. And as that continues to continuously apparently appear to happen, then the experiences of the life that are experienced through that body-mind will continue, and the sensations. And they're dreamt, the dreamings. The dreamings are the activities of the being, the beingness, the activity of beingness, the activity of the beingness of a body-mind, the apparent appearance of a unit of local quality conscious energy form, will continue to exude or manifest an energy form as a human corporeal energy form, naturally so, via the energy field that it finds its source from. It finds its source from an energy field that is everywhere. It's part of the everywhereness of everywhere, mingling with everything, and the energetic flow of life as it's flowing and as everything appears, as time is timing everything to appear as it does, as everything arises. Energetic movements of some type of enlivening force, or the life stream, as a river flows, the flowing of a life stream of life, the sensation or a recognition that there is a subtle feeling of aliveness that's inherently on, a consistent awakeness to being awake, aliveness to being alive, and of an ongoing, inherent, continuous presence, even whilst the body-mind is at rest and sleeps for a few hours, most often during nocturnal hours of the night, could be 11 p.m., 12 a.m., 1 a.m., all the way to 4, 5, 6 in the morning, sometimes even later than that, of the body-mind. You may need to get up in the middle of the night and go relieve itself, urinate, whatever, and then return to a place of rest, usually in the bedroom. You'll lay back down and resume some more time to rest. And rest can be perceived as the body-mind re-energizing its cells by placing them in a state of relaxation and not really exerting any of the muscles of the body-mind. And so far, doing that reserves energy, and the energy is stored. And the energy is apparently appearing to be somehow accessed and gathered or anchored upon, or just as a phone charger is plugged in. Phone charger charges up the battery of that phone. A similar process could be happening to a body mind. When it rests, it accesses some type of a re-energizing type of mechanism, perhaps, of some kind, and somehow becomes revitalized a little bit more based on how much rest it may be, how much energy it may be accessing or capable of accessing, or cellular regeneration, or an energetic revitalization of some type, to some degree, happens. It is often presumed that that's what's happening whenever a period of rest is decided upon by a body mind to rest its muscles and to relax and close its eyes and dream within the dreaming. So here we are as energy fields, the dreamings of the dream. This dream that is the reality frame is a dream within another dream, and whenever the body-mind closes its eyes and dreams that dream via the mind of that body-mind, then that dream that is experienced in that body-mind's mind is a dream within a dream. For there is this reality frame likened to a dream as well. And then when sight is no longer facilitated, the energetic movement of the temporariness of the impermanence as a body-mind is projecting an image or a reflection of an image in a mirror that's visibly observable that way. If one side is no longer visibly observable, then the energetic movement of the energy field that is projecting that manifestation of a unit of local quasi-conscious energy form, a human corporeal one, temporarily so, for an impermanent, indeterminate duration in space and time, not of space and time, eventually wears out altogether, no longer appears, and then when that body-mind is no longer enlivened or energized as an energy field, that energy field is not destroyed as well. It somehow continues, and then perhaps takes on another unit of local quasi-conscious energy form during another point in space and time. Could be on this planet Earth, could be on some other Earth-like planet throughout the universe. It is proposed to be so, and even is even mentioned in some writings. In the Advaitans it is mentioned. The Bhagavad Gita, Advaitanta refers to everything being not two, that there is no separation, no such thing as separation. Non-duality is not two, Advaitans, and that's it. That's the bottom line. There is no meaning, reason, or purpose behind that. It's just what apparently appears to be happening. Apparently appearing to be so.
But at that point I would have said I'm better off than before. Much less burned.
But still, you were no further on.
Sorry?
You were no further on. You
Further
weren't really
forward.
better off. You want.
Yeah, I was just there living my life
Same.
with the direction, with all that stuff. I was someone. I can decide, not decide. I'm on a path. There is a better. I'm on the way that
So it didn't go all at once, it sort of kept creeping back a little bit.
Sorry?
It didn't disappear all at once, it sort of kept coming back and then disappearing, or...
One could say so.
Yeah,
There were more and more holes, which I didn't recognize, of course.
right. So it wasn't like Santa Claus, when you find out it's not real and it's gone forever. It's sort of...
No, I mean the death of I am is not finding out that me is not real. It's just the death of I am.
Right. It's not
That I'm not real, I found out several times before.
Right. Yeah, it's more than the understanding. Yeah.
It's not more, it's something else. It's just the
Yeah,
death
different.
of the sense of I am, which doesn't need any understanding at all. It's just two different things, one could say.
So you realised it several times.
It's easy actually to realize that there is no one. I mean, everybody can look inside and see that there is no one there. So I did this several times and I never found someone, and so I know that there actually isn't someone. But I always survived this investigation.
Yeah.
It's like if you look inside and see the fact that you can't find anyone doesn't mean that there isn't anyone, because it still feels like there is someone who's finding out that there's no one inside.
Exactly. That's what I mean. Yeah. It remains within the story. So that's what I mean. Finding out or seeing that there is no one is pretty easy, but it still happens in the story, in the experience. Yeah.
So you say that you realised that this would never happen, or
That I was before that in spiritual thing. I thought that it was the here and now thing. That I lived in a dream that I can learn to be here and now. So when I had a glimpse or an awakening, and it became obvious that I will never be what I thought was here and now. Yeah.
it became obvious that you would never be what you thought was here and now.
Exactly. That I will never manage to be here and now. Which was at that time my story of what enlightenment would be.
So what was it that you realised that you realised that you couldn't be here and now?
You could say it was a hole in the story, but all that also just happened, apparently, for no reason. I didn't do anything right or wrong for that.
So you realised you couldn't be here and now because
Because if I would be here and now, then either I would be dead, or then I would be here and now, which would remain unfulfilling. I mean, the Chinese experience is actually, I'm here and now, and what I'm in is unfulfilling.
holes.
Sorry?
More and more holes.
As a story, that's what apparently happens, so to speak. Yeah.
To wear one big hole.
Yeah, then it's not a
Fully
hole.
holy hole.
Yeah, then it's not a hole. Then it's just the end. As long as someone survives it, it's a hole. There's another side of the end. There's another end.
Is there a localization of perception?
No. There's no real perception. There's no space. No, it's just part of the dream. It's the experience of space, of localization of space. I'm here. And as soon as I'm here, there's an over there. That's space. So you created space.
So space is gone.
Yes. Without me, there's no space.
Totally impossible to imagine for me, isn't it?
Exactly, because it only lives in presence and space.
Yeah.
The realizations, it seems like there could be any number, there could be a lot of realizations. There's a sense when you have a realization you're further on or something, but
Yeah.
really less. As if a realization is actually something, you know.
Something,
yeah.
exactly. There is a realization. When there is me is experiencing this realization as something real that I am.
So I could go on and on and on. You could have multiple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like every good experience, for the me, every good experience is a step into the right direction and a development. Same with the insights, understanding.
You seem to try and correlate your realizations with what perhaps you might speak about, or perhaps what Tony might speak. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, one could say, okay, how much do
yeah.
I already understand? What
Yeah.
have I seen of this?
Mm.
What does that mean for me? Where do I stand?
Yeah, yeah.
Positions
gauge
himself.
yourself.
He wants to find out where I'm at. How much I'm still me.
Yeah.
I mean, the one who wants to find that out is full on me. That's me.
Yeah.
Over there, yeah.
Yeah, then you compare to other people. He's me like this. He's been going to meetings for so many years. He's me like that.
Still is me.
Me more than ever.
So to move on in the story, you have to have these realizations, and the next.
Yeah.
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 But there's no, the first one and the fifth one just say it's not as if it's a deepening at all.
No. Not really. Not maybe there's an apparent deep, whatever that means. But there may be an apparent change or something.
Or as if to say you've got forward or you know more.
That's part of the, exactly. Me in that sense never gets firm. Because whenever it's there, it just experiences it as I'm here and this is not it. Whenever I'm there, this never changes. That's what I mean, until the last breath in. I'm here, this is not it. And something has to happen. And then it's good. That's how he lives, until the end.
In the story of Andreas the Seeker progressing progressing
Yes, the
towards,
seeker.
yes.
Yeah.
Or is there a sense of a lessening in such things as self-pity and all those kind of...
Yes, maybe, yeah, probably, yeah.
Yeah.
That question.
Yeah. Okay.
So I have a growing sense of self-pity. That must be a bad sign.
That's
Or a good sign.
Well, to be honest, really bad. You definitely should meditate more. No, it doesn't matter. It completely doesn't matter. There's no cause and effect or correlation.
But energetically, self-pity seems strong and very me focused and very, oh, poor me, you know, it's kind of really there. But an absence of self-pity energetically doesn't feel as me focused and me being there.
Okay, but in both cases there may be someone there experiencing it and positioning oneself.
Yeah. Okay.
Or this may also happen when there's no self-pity. It's just not a sign for me.
All right. It's kind of the spiritual path, isn't it? It's kind of like the ideas about the spiritual path. I'm on my way to something like that. I'm feeling more joy, I'm feeling less self-pity, I'm feeling more connection.
Exactly. I mean, what is me looking for is an enlightened experience. So, the more good experiences there are, the closer I seem to my goal. So that's what me is working in its experiences. So yes, it thinks when there's a good feeling, I'm closer to enlightenment, and when there's a bad feeling, it's a long path still.
Back to the drawing board.
It doesn't matter at all. This message has nothing to do with feelings or experiences.
Although, what I tend to find is coming to these meetings, and I said this yesterday, there's like something energetic, and there's something in me, let's say, goes, it's getting closer, because it's an energetic sense of something I can't even identify it.
Okay, but the one who thinks I'm getting closer is away, is separate. That's me.
Yeah, that's me.
No matter if the story is closer or I'm far away. I mean, the story of I'm closer seems to be a little bit more pleasant.
Yeah.
But it's still set up of me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm someone, I'm separate, something still has to happen.
It could just as easily be, I'm far away, oh God. Yeah.
That's what I mean, it's apparently more painful.
Yeah.
Both are real.
Yeah.
Sorry. Back carry on.
Is energy, talking about energy, is energy sensed in the same way there, or does it just not energy anymore? And so, you know, like we all talk about energy, this was energetic, that, and how do you...
I think this whole thing about this being energetic also is a description of something that doesn't really happen, so I can't really say anything about it.
Yeah, to me it feels very real. So it's something that indicates something, that means something.
Yeah.
But to know me, it can't even be a thing. It's not even a thing.
Yeah, exactly. It's
Yeah, it's just what it is. Ceases to be apparent. It ceases to be something distinct from anything else.
yeah, of course. Yeah, it's nothing distinct. Yeah,
So it's not even worth mentioning. There's energy.
it's not even.
So no longer is it worth mentioning. Oh yeah, there's energy. It's kind of, well, because you're talking in relative terms, energy relative to the past.
And nothing needs to be mentioned. I mean, talking happens or not, but there's no need for anything to be mentioned or to be known or to be said correctly. Or
No, but what I'm specifically talking about is energy, and I keep talking about energies and things. But what I'm saying from a perspective, not perspective, from no perspective,
yeah,
there is no energy.
and that's then there's nothing
Yeah, there's
or
nothing.
no thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's not anything, including energy.
Yeah. I just think it's part of the spiritual seeker that loves talking about energies. It's spiritual seeker here, that kind of like preoccupied by energies.
Yeah, energy.
Energy's not a thing anyway. Energy's not a thing.
If you can use the word energy, it has no thing.
Yeah.
An energy. That's not a thing.
I asked the Shasta, who's dreaming?
No one's dreaming. There isn't even a dream. There's no dream. No one's dreaming.
Is that because that's the nature of a dream? No,
What is the nature of a dream?
there's no dream.
No, there is no dream. There's no dream in here. There's no one dreaming. There's no thing. Not even dreaming. Sorry.
Just dream. Only dream.
No thing. That's all there is. There is no dream here.
Oh yeah.
There's nothing to wake up from. That's it.
But
As
yet
it
there
is.
seems to be a dream.
Sorry?
Yet there seems to be a dream, but that's the dream.
One could say so. It's part of the dream that there is a dream. No, there is no separation. There is no dream.
Or you could say there's just dreaming. Dreaming.
Yeah, I don't like that much, because this isn't dreaming. It just is as it is. That's it.
It's not real. It's like not real.
It's
not a
real
dream
and not
thing.
real.
Yeah, dream.
Okay.
You can have a dream at night. It's both real and honest. But it's not a thing. It's not a dream. It's dreaming, but a dream never occurred.
Yeah. A dreaming. For me, it sounds a bit like something going on.
Here. That's what dreaming is, isn't it? Like at night time.
Yeah.
Seems to be something going on, but then you wake up and nothing happened. There was dreaming.
Yeah.
So dreaming is nothing at all, is it?
So,
Dreaming isn't anything at all.
I mean, we can talk about words, but to me,
Yeah.
dreaming sounds like something going on
It
in
doesn't
time.
exist.
Nothing goes on. That's what my sense to that word.
So nothing goes on, but this is apparently going on. Is that what you're saying?
One could say so, but there is no sense of something going on. There's no sense of something happening in time. The river of life.
Is the river stopped?
Sorry?
So there's no river, there's no flow.
Yeah, exactly. There's no storm, no river,
No.
but also no still stand. It's just it's timeless, spaceless, ungraspable. What that is, we're talking about that all the time, not about something else. It's that. But yeah, nothing's going on.
It's staggering how a message could be so bleak yet so attractive.
Yeah, it's freedom in a way. It's what happens. I mean, what's being said is, or what's described, it's absolutely natural. We don't talk about anything that's far away or that's anything else. We actually talk about that. And yes, for me, in a way, this is not accessible, that is the most attractive thing. Yeah, well, wait, but I want to become enlightened. I could only understand that. No. Not me, dear.
Even the sort of simplicity of feeling hungry and eating, or wanting to go outside and walk, or the simplicity of what's happening. That's not something happening.
Exactly. Yeah.
And is that discernment just basic word usage?
Discern, I don't
The
know.
discernment, the act of seeing that as against that. The idea is that just merely a vocabulary that's projected upon an activity that makes it something different?
I don't really understand.
So
I wouldn't say that it's words. To me, it sounds more like that is how me experiences it. It experiences that as something and that as something.
Mm-hmm.
That's two separate things.
Yeah. But it is two separate things, isn't it?
Of course not. What is two separate things? There aren't things.
But
There aren't two.
appetite and eating, for a second, for something simple like feeling hungry and eating.
But there is no feeling hungry and there is no eating.
But that happens.
That's what apparently happens. It doesn't really happen as separate things. But that's how we live. There is hunger, and I know what hunger is, and it is something. It's a process.
But outside of the me, that's still that's still happening.
Apparently.
But the
It's a
insertion,
dream that
the
it's
insertion of the word apparently doesn't change anything.
No, because it already is apparent. No, it doesn't change, of course. No.
I mean, the appearance of you eating and someone else eating is no different.
No. Why should it be different?
Because the words around it are describing potentially seeing it different.
Yeah, me thinks it must be different. What I talk about must be something different. Something else. Yeah, it is. It's this.
Yeah.
This is real and unreal, as it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the experience of hunger and eating and the experience of enjoying food, for example.
Now, there may be hunger and eating and the enjoyment of eating, but no experience of it.
Mm. It's an immediacy.
One could say so, without an artificial dissociation from that,
Yeah.
and only experiencing it.
Because all there is that.
Exactly. That's just all it is. Yeah.
Mm.
And it's just whole as it is.
Mm.
It doesn't need an experience that someone experiences it that says, oh, it's whole. Me eating cake is whole. Oh, it's just me eating cake and that's enough. It's just everything and enough. It doesn't need an additional realization.
That's the self-consciousness, isn't it? The additional realization is the self-consciousness.
It would be an idea within consciousness, within I am.
It's like there's eating cake, and it's like, oh, I'm eating cake and it's very pleasurable and it's perfect. That's the self-consciousness of the cake.
Yeah, but if there is someone eating the cake, it will not be perfect.
No, that's
It
true.
will just be not everything. But me might invent a story like, oh, this is a really good cake, in order to make the eating of the cake whole for itself.
Yeah.
It's only this wanting to make it whole only takes place within its experience.
Yeah.
It's not needed at all, but within its experience of separation and unfulfillment, it needs to do something to make it whole for itself.
Yeah.
It invents a story, or it invents a sense, or it thinks this cake will bring me to
Yeah.
a second cake. Or
Because then you get like such practices as mindful eating.
and would be another idea of how can I make this good for me.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that is what me looks for. How can I make that this is finally good for me? That's what it sees. It permanently lives in this is not good. Not it. That's how it works. So one way might be to eat mindfully, or to be here totally, which is seen from me actually a good idea.
Oh yeah.
Because the idea is, okay, to make this whole for me, I have to experience it as good as I can.
Yeah.
Which is, concerning this message, totally ridiculous.
Well, in one sense, apparently there's good cake and bad cake, right?
Yeah, inherently.
Yeah. And I like
That's the
good
real
cake.
problem. Well, there is a
Good cake is good. Good cake is good, right? I mean,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, but
I like to seek out good cake.
and there's nothing that has to make good, bad cakes good by accepting them as they are.
Say that again.
Nothing's going to make bad cakes good by accepting them as they are. Doesn't matter.
Absolutely.
Nothing has to make good cakes better by an additional enjoyment of them.
Yeah.
When you say real and unreal, is one relevant to me and one not? So for example, those flowers there, they can only be real if there's a me there. Without the me, then they're unreal. Is that
They are
real and unreal?
One can say, I mean, it's a bit hard. I mean, without me, they are real and unreal. But me only experiences real.
Right.
But real and unreal can't be experienced. It doesn't matter.
Right.
But there is no experience of real and unreal.
Mm.
But that's somehow the mystery, not the mystery, but that somehow it is like this, but it's not something. So what's being described is not something else. It is sitting in a room, but it's not something. So it's real and unreal. But it still is this. It is feeling, and chairs, and bodies, and thoughts, and good cakes, and bad cakes. But it's just not things. But this cannot be known. It's not an experience of this being real and unreal. It tries to describe something which is undescribable.
Mm.
And in a way these words are completely they don't hit it at all. On the other hand, I didn't found better ones. Illusory, apparent, real and unreal.
Well, you said that flower's not there. Those flowers are not there.
Yes, of course not.
Okay. I say they are.
Yeah, of course. That's what you experience. That's not wrong. But
Me's only interested in something.
that's all it knows. That's all it has. What I experience. My experience is everything he has. And we could say what it does is it tries to find fulfillment in that, in its experience. I'm sitting here. I experience that. So what does this situation give to me? That's seeking. I could say. I'm here because of. What do I get from this? What do I get from what I experience now?
About you.
For me, yes, of course. Yeah,
And the noting is not a bad.
anything.
I think the real part is the nothing, that's the real and unreal, because the only thing that's real is nothing.
In a way, one could say
that
so,
makes
yeah.
that real and unreal, because it is nothing.
It's no thing.
Yeah.
And in a way, no thing is beyond existence or
Yeah.
not existence. Because if you say no thing is real, you immediately turn it into a thing.
Because when you say it's real and unreal, that's
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
real.
It's real.
Yeah. That's all it is.
There's no interest in it, is there?
There's no interest in anything. Exactly. Because it is everything.
So the language is a really important piece, it seems to me, though, nonetheless, because even though the ownership of language and the ownership of objectivity is what it's after in some way, in a sense, the deconditioning from the standpoint of objectification, there's a real creativity that's happening in that isn't real. But at the same time, it sort of feels like the creativity is making its world, and yet it's creating a false world, even though what is there is real and unreal.
That was a bit complicated for me.
Yeah, it was for me. I got lost in it.
I even got the point. Sorry, but
My point, I think, is that language seems to be, the me is creating language in order to experience what's happening, and yet at the same time, somehow taking the life force out of it in a way, the no thing about it.
yeah, I mean, it can't access no thing. All it does is to experience things. And yes, it invents a story. And of course, as it experiences things, it experiences words and language as something important because it has content.
Yeah.
It assumes that there is a truth,
Yeah.
and that it can say the truth. And that words can transport an immanent truth.
Yeah, all the way to the molecular level in a sense.
Yeah, I experience a flower, and I know what a flower is, and the word flower has a truth. It does say something, namely a flower, what a flower is. So there's a word and it has a content. Something's in that word, a truth.
So that tells it exists.
Ex-
All of that says it
Is
exists
something
and
real,
everything
exactly.
exists. Yeah.
me thinks that something can be said, or at least that there is a truth that can be found or not found, that I can say, that I can't say.
Yes, I think the point is that its existence depends on that.
It doesn't depend on the words, but yeah, its existence is to experience.
Yeah,
That-
and the language develops out of that experience.
That's why it's just a symptom, thinking, and living in stories, and yeah,
Trying to make sense of it.
yeah, this is what follows. In the end, this already comes out of the seeking. Because I'm here, I don't understand that at all,
Yeah.
in a way, and I'm trying to make sense of it.
Yeah.
It's a sense in that sense is an invention of the me to make this good.
Yeah.
I don't know what this is good for. It feels unpleasant. There must be a sense to it. Hopefully.
Then we get lost in that. We get lost in that. Because we've got to then create all sorts of things around it against God and science and to make it more endorsable in a sense to ourselves. So.
Yeah. Yeah.
You say like, the me thinks that and the me does this, that and the other. If there is no me, then what is really happening?
That's what apparently happens, exactly. It's not something that really happens. That's no thing, the unknown, appearing as me doing this and that. So that cannot be understood.
So all appearances end. And they just end. Well, they're never there in the first place.
No, there are no appearances that end. Nothing ends. It's a storm.
Yeah, end is in terms of story, isn't it, of course.
It just is what there is.
If there are no appearances.
In that sense, nothing ends.
No.
But nothing ever began.
Yeah.
So this isn't something real in the first place. So this will never end. Because it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Nothing has to end. That's it. Nothing will end.
It doesn't say in our existence itself that existence is nothing.
Exactly. All there is this. How do you want to call it? Existence, freedom. It's no thing. Whatever you God, it is no thing. It's not a thing. Or not things. I mean, it doesn't matter anyway what that is.
So the me is something unknowable appearing as me.
Exactly. Yeah.
I just got from what you said about me.
Yeah, but I mean, one idea for me is to find oneself or the true self. But yes, there is no me. There's nothing to find. It doesn't exist. There is no self. There is no true self. Yeah.
It seems to be a relationship between me in reality.
That's how me lives. I'm
fixes
in
all
relation
that.
to the situation. That's what we also call experience. It's a
So
relation.
me constructs, sort of develops a reality. Or it is reality.
No, me is not reality, but me lives.
In its own
The
reality.
setup of separation means I experience something, and that in that dream me lives. That's all me knows.
Which is its reality.
That is its reality. Yeah. Apparently.
No reality, no me.
Yeah.
The sense of a self seems to be something that's happening.
Yeah. Yeah, for the sense of self, it seems to be something happening. That's the dream, or that is real and unreal, but it's only experienced as something real. Yeah. I am. For I am, is this the only reality? I am. It's only real. And that's all I know. In a way.
That's all I heard.
That's, yeah, living within that sense, or from that sense, is all we know. But yes, that's how it is experienced. I am real. I'm here. There is something. And that's me. Whatever that is. Something is there. Here. Localized.
It continues.
Like a center.
There's a continuity to it as well. It's like it feels like it continues.
Exactly. It lives in time and space.
Yeah.
I'm here. I'm now here. And as soon as I'm now here, there's a before and an after and an over there. But it's like an artificial center. But it's experienced. It's not thought or something. It's just, I'm here. Here is something. Don't tell me anything else. What are you talking about? I'm here.
There is a sense of me, but although I can't say what that is.
Yeah. Of course. It doesn't. It can't be said. It can't be found. So even if it apparently happened, that's what it means. It doesn't really happen. It's not there. There is no setup of separation. It's just not there. It is what apparently happens. But there is no truth to it at all. It doesn't have any essence, any own essence. No. It's just not there.
And yet it persists.
Yet it persists of, I'm here. Yeah. That's what apparently happens.
Yeah.
Which is right or wrong.
I mean, if those words,
That's it.
yeah, those words have the power to kind of, you say, it's not even here. It's not.
It's not an it.
It's not it. It's not real. But that doesn't end. Okay.
No. But there is no need for end. And actually there is nothing really there to end.
No.
The idea that there is something that can end or has to end already is part of the dream. I am here is the dream.
So the dreamer.
No one's dreaming. There's no dreaming. No one is dreaming the dream of I am. No one has a me. One could say me apparently happens as impersonal as everything else.
no one's me.
Is no one's me, so to speak, yeah. Also, me happens for no one, as everything happens for no one. So no one is arguing with having a me or not. No one cares. That's not even really there, so...
It's not an AI, it's artificial intelligence. No way.
Yeah,
It's
it's
real.
let's stay to artificial.
Would you say that when the bee drops away, there's some change in the function of the brain in some way, or not?
Maybe, apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think less thinking in stories.
So an
I would
alteration,
have said this 4 years ago, and maybe it's even measurable.
some kind of alteration in the way that it reacts.
Apparently. Not it wouldn't be real, but
No.
yeah,
Yeah.
probably.
Would it be possible to say that there's less stress because of that?
Might be. Yeah, in a way, yes, of course. Yeah. I mean, one could say the whole inner work. I mean, me is constantly working. Me is constantly
Yeah.
working to make it good. It's constantly active. It's constantly conscious. It's constantly there. And in a way, one could say that completely drops away.
Yeah.
The stress to suppress, to behave, to
Yeah.
be conscious, to... One could say, yeah, that's...
To make an even bigger step, would one say that one's health, not one's health, the health of...
I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the inability to find that self doesn't break.
Exactly, yeah. That's what I mean.
That conviction's still there, even though intellectually.
Exactly. Even if it's not only intellectual, but even if it's experienced, seeing that there is no me, this sense.
I don't know how that could possibly be the case of it, seeing that there is no me.
I mean, you said it. You cannot look inside.
Because I can't find doesn't mean that there isn't.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Because that conviction's still there.
Of course.
It's like I'm not looking in the right place.
Yeah. This. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this conviction, whenever me survives this, of course, with me, there's the conviction it's not enough. I have to look at another place. I have to integrate it. I have to understand it more deeply. Something. Yeah, of course. That's what I mean. What I'm referring to as a story is much more the death of the end of that energy, without any reason in the end. Death happens without a reason.
Is the me like the sense of conviction for me? Is it like a rolling pattern? Like habit?
No, I wouldn't say so, because habit sounds a bit like a bad habit and could be trained to not be there. No, it just is what apparently happens. I'm here. So you can't do anything about it, because this would imply that you are really there.
I guess I was thinking in terms of like an energy, like a pattern of energy that's...
One could describe it as that, yeah. An energetic set. Yeah.
That of course would take time.
That's what I say. That's, as a description you could say that, but it's not really happening. It's a description for something that is actually no thing. Sorry. I'm sorry. So, well, that's...
don't know what word to use, but there's the potential that when a number of people get together in this environment and talk about it, there's the potential here that something could. He does say that, doesn't he?
Yeah.
But maybe that's a great marketing strategy, yeah.
I don't think it's a strategy. I think it's kind of an apparent observation over the years. But that's what apparently happens, maybe. But there's no reality to it. It's not a truth.
Yeah, but you know the funny thing is that if I've spoken to Lisa Cairns, Ella May, and actually a few other people, and you talk to them about their apparent awakening, Tony Parsons will often come in and say he played an instrumental part. It appeared at that time before the awakening that he played an instrumental part in that happening.
Yeah.
So the point is I'm making, that for me anyway, I come here because I always feel that you never know. It could be you, like they say in the lottery. It could be you.
I'm trying.
Yeah, you're right. There's no cause and effect, so it's possible. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
And there's less odds here, isn't there, than the lottery? There's less odds.
But it never could be you.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. And is there a question about it? Or?
No, I was just having a chit chat while most of the chairs were empty.
Yeah.
Well, I was hoping you was going to agree with Tony and say, yeah, there's a good chance that you could pop.
Did he say that? Okay.
He does say that, doesn't he?
There's a chance that it
Say what?
He doesn't say that explicitly.
He said it seems to have.
He
It
says
seems okay.
Don't take it personally. Well,
yeah.
yeah, I mean, one could say that's what apparently happens. Yet there is no truth in it, yet there is no cause and effect in it, yet there is no rule in it, and yet it's a story that anything happens
Could
in
happen.
the first place.
Yeah.
But yeah, it seems to be that these meetings are kind of energetic, and that there seems to be an apparent effect, whatever that effect is. But yeah, for me, something seems to be going on here. It gets threatened in its whole sense of existence. Not because that is needed, not because it should die, but obviously that is what apparently happens. In the end, for nothing.
But I suppose the reason I sort of asked the question is because the more that you listen to the likes of you talking about it, you get to a point where you have loads and loads of questions, and those questions seem to lessen and lessen and lessen until there's no questions at all. And it just feels like in that place of knowing that there's nowhere to go, it feels like, well, it feels like you're at that gateless gate, I call it, you know, because you're empty now of, I don't know what you're thinking. That's how it feels.
Yeah.
And there's still no question.
Yeah, I mean that's what can happen also within the experience of me, that somehow it is seen that all questions don't lead anywhere. But what may remain is still me, and sitting here and knowing that nothing helps.
Well, I mean,
it's kind of unpleasant.
I mean, like again, and if I listen to you, I was telling you say like, and then Paul Morgan Summers the same. He had some glimpse, and over the next 18 months, and then one day there was no Paul. I've had other people like Lisa Cairns have said it that they've had this, and then over a period of time, it's seen blah blah blah. That sort of storyline seems to be quite a common storyline.
Yeah, but
and yours was the same.
Yeah. That is what apparently happens. I mean, you know, everyone who tells the story of the death of YM, of course, will tell a seeker story.
Yeah.
Because as long as there is someone, there will be seeking. So everybody will tell a seeker story. That's just how it apparently is.
Well, again, from my perspective, is that if I look at the people here and someone here had said to me, oh, something just happened or apparently happened, I would understand that. If I had a dustman come up to me and said to me, you know, that you know, it just happened for no reason, that seems more unlikely to me.
Yeah, but it's actually still a story that it happened.
Yeah. No, I do, I understand.
But of course, within the story of me, or within the experience that some things happen, really happen, it somehow seems to be strange to cut out cause and effect. But all of this happening isn't something that really happened.
If scientists could get hold of it and try and measure it and turn it into a study, scientific study about the science of the know me,
Yeah,
something that can be measured. Can't be measured, can it?
I don't know. As I said, when might be measured, there's some apparent effects. But the end of me, in that sense, can't be measured because they can't even measure the presence of me.
And is that because it's too immediate to be measured? That
No,
nothing's actually happening?
no, it's because it's not there.
Right.
I was thinking, if a guy who never heard of spirituality or ever thought about it or anything, and he loses sense of individuality, probably wouldn't even speak about it, or, I mean, he would, because it's not even a happening, so what can he say? Or?
Yes, right, but I think most people don't speak of it.
Yeah.
So it's not the necessary path to use the me and then talk about it.
Because people always say, I noticed that to lose your sense of me, you have to follow a path, etc. But because we don't speak about it necessarily, we don't have a clue if someone is an individual or not.
Yeah, yeah.
Can me ever be comfortable with not knowing?
Don't know, not really.
It's not really a good state of affairs for the me, is it? He wants to know what's going on.
I mean, it just lives in knowing.
Knowing, yeah.
It starts by knowing itself, that it exists. That's in fact some kind of knowing. I am. That's what it knows. So it lives in knowing. It just lives in knowing. And within that reality, it can arrange itself, apparently. It's like, okay, I don't know that. That's fine. So, basically, its nature, its apparent nature is to live in knowing things. Knowing where I am at in my life. I'm not enlightened. I'm rich, I'm poor, I'm happy, I'm not happy.
It's like there's a sense here now that it's like, I don't know what this is and I can't get it, I don't know it. And it's like part of, it's that thing I gotta keep, it's kind of an uncomfortable feeling, you know, it's not like.
In a way, not knowing for the me is uncomfortable. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's where it gains some safety from, an experience of safety.
From knowing.
Yeah.
Secure.
secure, it's kind of feeling cozy and secure.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
safe
that.
there. I'm safe in knowing.
Yeah.
But here also is not the suggestion to you that you should not know.
No, that happens in some, well, it's Zen actually. So I only don't know and things like that. You get these kind of ideas about. And they just abide in not knowing. Kind of,
Yeah,
as a practice.
yeah.
Make sure you know they're not knowing.
Yeah, do you need to keep
Yeah,
checking?
otherwise you'll be in trouble.
Am I not knowing? Yeah, you are. All right.
Something like pure presence, being without a story. So.
Yeah. It's like the thing you said before about am I in the now? Me, he always has to come out of the and go and have a look around. It's and oh yeah, and just, it's weird. It's kind of it has to come back into knowing all the time to know that it's there, basically.
Yeah, yeah. I mean that's what me is: consciousness, self-consciousness,
Yeah,
which can be translated as a knowing that I am.
yeah.
The I am sometimes is used as in the one I am, you know, I am that, or I am that I am, not necessarily the separate I am, but the I am is the one I am, you know,
So
beingness,
Yeah.
that sense of I am,
Yeah.
stay with the sense of I am.
This would be another word for no thing.
Yeah.
All there is I am.
Yeah, so it can be used in that context as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is, in a way, this is I am,
Yeah.
because there's nothing separate.
Yeah.
There's nothing alien. So in that sense, it's all I am.
Yeah.
Yet there is no experience of something being I am. All there is I am. So if you use that term. Yeah.
So that I am can be used by two different people speaking from the same perspective but meaning different things.
Yeah. Which can happen with any word actually
Yeah.
that's used here. Yeah. I think a lot of this Indian tradition, they talk of I, or the big I am, so they use that. But even in that tradition, most teachers and spiritual teachers think that this can be a personal experience. So even using that word, the idea is that there is an individual who could come to that experience that I am everything, or I am that. But yeah, that's why sometimes it's apparently important to clarify words.
So who cares about this me anyway?
And no one, of course.
No.
Yeah. It's just me,
Me who's no.
which assumes itself to be. Yeah. Otherwise, there's no one here. So no one cares about me.
Which is an illusion,
Yeah, it's not. Yeah.
which me doesn't get.
Sorry?
Which me doesn't get.
No. Me only consists of experiencing itself as me. As something on my own. That's all it does in a way. It's not doing it, but that's all it consists of.
And it's not really there.
No, it's nothing real, as everything else. Also, me is nothing that really happens. So that's what apparently happens, that me experiences itself as real. Which cannot be understood, but
That's another problem.
yeah, there wouldn't be really someone, there would be really a problem. But
It's no one that has the problem.
exactly. Isn't even the problem isn't real. There is
It's not
no
a problem.
dilemma. It's an apparent problem. Yeah, you could also sum it up in there's no problem.
Feels like there is.
Apparently, the feeling of that there's a problem, too, is nothing that really happens.
Nothing proper.
Yeah.
So it's not there, but it's apparently there.
It's what apparently happens. Yeah.
Seems to be the only thing that happens.
Well,
It seems to be the only thing that happens.
no, nothing really happens. There isn't the only thing that happens.
Mm.
So Andreas, with nothing really happens, how is having lunch seen there? Is like apparently happened or a memory or a thought? How is it sort of there? Like just having lunch in time. Of course there's no time. But how is it seen there?
Not at all.
No.
I mean,
Because nothing's happening now. Nothing. There's no now. There's nothing.
exactly. I mean, what could it's hard to say. I mean, as a historian, could say now then there seems to be an apparent remembrance of.
That's what I was asking.
Yeah.
If it's just like an apparent remembrance of.
One could say so, but there is no one seeing that. I'm not seeing it as a remembrance. That's what seems to happen.
Yeah.
But I don't know what that is, an apparent remembrance. Can't describe.
Just thinking about grief and someone dies. So they're no longer in this room. But that could be there is only this room. So if someone's dead, you have to think to yourself, I'll never see them again. They're not in this room and I'll never see them again. So with that thought comes the grief and the separate, But if there's only this, then how can that be any different to... How can you experience the grief?
Of course, if there's no one, there's no one experiencing grief. But apparent grief may happen. Sadness. Doesn't have to, there's no need for it. But it's like an apparent, which is, it's nothing that really happens, but it's like an apparent functioning of, seems to be thoughts and feelings. There is no one having them, and there is somehow no one, I don't know if it's the right word, indulging in them.
No. I mean, I've experienced it once, and it's like a tsunami of just, waves hitting you, just whoosh, 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 and it's like, thought. I don't know if what precipitated that, it's the idea that they're gone or what, I don't know. Maybe it was, I don't know.
You don't need to have a need to feel grief.
No.
I mean, to feel it, yes, but... I mean, in a way, that's how me experiences, like the wave things. It feels like things coming to me, feelings overwhelm me. Feelings happen to me, and I should be able to find the right position towards feeling.
Dogs feel grief.
How do you know?
I'm a dog.
Waffle.
I mean, in that sense, there's no problem with grief. In a way, it's a problem for me, because me thinks that fulfillment is a good experience. So that means I shouldn't feel grief, because that's not, that's just not what I want, in that sense. But I don't know why I shouldn't feel grief if someone would die. there's also no need for it. There's no.
Yeah. Something that seems to happen to the human.
It's what apparently happens,
Yeah.
or not. It would be in. It would be whole and complete and alive, and it would be grief. Apparently, for no.
It's totally understandable as well, because it's just grief, you know, so the impermanence of everything in a way, you know, grief can be that. So you can understand why it would be grief. But for Noah, just grief itself, sadness, something that was there is gone, obvious.
Yeah, it just would be what happened. In a way, not because of. But it would be just right in its own way.
The story of what's happening.
Yeah.
Some people talk about the unchanging, or something that's permanent doesn't change.
Yeah, I don't really like that. Because there is no experience, when there is no one, there's no experience of anything. So, I think it's a little bit tricky to talk about something that's permanent, that always, because when there is no one, there just is no experience of something. So there's also no experience of some permanence or some continuity. There just is no always. There isn't something that is always, in contrast to the ever-changing appearance of something. That is what is me looking for. Something that is permanent. Something that I can find, that I can have. Something that I can rely on. But in that sense, there is nothing to rely on.
What sense of me doesn't seem to change?
In a way, me experiences itself as a continuity. Yeah. And it's looking for something else continuous that it can hold on to as it's fulfilled. Something that I can find that is real as I am. You know? Yeah. So this whole experience that something is happening in time, what continuity or always is thought of in time, just is part of the experience of I am. So in that sense, there isn't something absolute in contrast to something relative.
Those that speak of absolute relative also say that it's the same thing, which means absolutely nothing to me.
Yeah. So you can make up that concept, but for me, I would describe it as a concept. Because what often happens is like, yeah, that's not it. That's just the appearance. But we are looking for the real. But there isn't anything real in contrast to this appearance. Because that's it. That's the relative and the absolute, as you said, is one.
Do you know what they mean by that when they say that?
When they say what?
Something that's not changing, it doesn't suit your...
Not really. I think it's an assumption that there is something that's permanent. My impression is that they refer to an experience of presence, of awareness. And mostly they have. I don't know specifically whom you mean, but that's just my I know that. Something like you can go back. If you get lost in the story, go to the story, go back to pure awareness. And the idea is that this awareness is permanent, and you can go back whenever you want. Of course, there is a sense of that awareness is permanent, because that awareness is I am, which lives in the dream of I am. But I don't know who said it, or whom you mean, or what that person meant by saying that. So
It's difficult, isn't it, because the I am that in the Siddhartha thing,
yeah.
and the I am that you mentioned, that seems to be two different.
That's true. I don't know Nisargadatta a lot, but what I've heard is that he changed a lot what he said within his things. What he said the first 20 years, I don't have the impression that it's his. But I don't know. It's just, I know bits and pieces. I mean, what's being said here is in a way rare. It's not better or worse, but most spiritual teachings, or most what isn't spirituality in a way takes place in consciousness or in awareness, in presence. So you have all kinds of teachings which sound kind of similar to this, but it turns out to take place in a dream of presence. Yeah, that's what I am, what I would call I am. The experience that something is here. And we could say the purest experience is just presence, without story. And some people think that is the absolute. That's it.
Presence without story.
Yeah, exactly.
And you're saying that presence without story is
It's already the dream. That something is present here is the dream. But all of that, a lot of teachings of absolute and relative come. Because that pure sense of presence is seen as the absolute, in contrast to the relative. When I'm lost in the story, I'm fine. Yes. I have the impression that a lot of these teachings, absolute and relative, come out of this, of an experience of awareness. Because then you have the pure experience of awareness, in contrast to when I get lost in my stories, in parking tickets, in fighting with my wife, and all that.
Well, I don't know if that's what they're saying or not, but it's obviously, you know, if you remember it, then there was awareness, if you like, there anyway. When you're lost, there was happening when you were lost.
Yeah, yeah.
Such a heavy thing, isn't it? This sense of being somebody.
In a way, yes.
Feels very human or something.
It's me things that means being human. It's not really heavy, but
whatever's there is it, so it's, in that way it's just, you know, it's true, it's in everything. You know,
what is in everything?
that sense of being somebody.
No, it's not in everything.
Everything that you think is a sense of being somebody.
Something, yeah, me experiences everything as something real. Maybe I don't really get what you
from the fact that everything you experience, or it comes from the fact heaviness is the experience.
Yeah, one could say me experiences everything as real.
Yeah, that's
And
heaviness.
Exactly, because as soon as it's real, there is meaning, and there is right or wrong. Then, at that point, I'm real, my life is real, my problems is real, the need to find is real. Yeah, exactly. So we could say there is a kind of, me lives in the burden of reality, apparently.
It is not there at all.
No, it's nothing that really happens, exactly. That is the dream. That I am, that there is a reality, that I have to navigate through that reality in order to. That I have lost peace or lust, and that I have to find peace or love or fulfill. That's all a dream, yes.
Everyone else seems to be, but then it's all a dream. It's like, with that somehow you don't see it as a dream, but everyone seems to be in on it or something. The whole world seems to be in on this. It's not, you know what I'm saying? It's not, you don't even question it.
No, it's absolutely.
Yeah. I think you're in the dream too. Like it's just, you know what I mean? Just everyone's in the dream. This is humanity, world. Yeah.
Sorry.
What I'm saying, it's like everything is in on this. As in, everyone gets it, you know what I mean? Everyone
Colluding.
We're all in on it together. Everybody. We're all in on the dream.
Sorry.
It's kind of,
Most people
it's
who
like
in
it's
the
a way of
dream,
speaking.
they're all dreamers, most people.
And that's what happens, that most people experience themselves as someone. Yeah.
So
and in a way, apparently confirm themselves.
You don't even have to ask, it's just
No.
somewhat.
Yeah, of course. I
Yeah.
mean, in a way, me doesn't question its existence. Because
No.
I'm there. And you can't really question it. Or the questioning of the own existence just remains a mind thing. An interesting thought.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe we are not there. Wow. And it goes on seeking.
It's just that there seems so much depth, space out there, different countries. Do you know what I'm saying? But that's just part of what makes it really.
I mean, the world itself is part of the dream of I am.
There, different government.
Yeah, that something exists
Yeah.
is part of the dream. That there is a world, that there is a universe, that there is, yes. So, yeah, that's something, I mean, the end of I am in that sense is the end of the world.
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course, a world that never was real. But.
Mm.
So from there, there's a sense there's a no world.
Sorry?
So from there, there's a sense there's no world.
No, there is not a sense that there is no world, there just is no sense, and because of that, no world. Or there is not the illusion that there is a world.
Yeah.
It's not that there is a world and it's simply not seen. The idea that there is a world is part of a dream. There isn't a world. There never was a world. It's part of that apparently artificially added experience of I am. That this is something real, and there is a real world, and a real universe, and a real something.
It's like there is, but it's not how it appears to be. It's like the world is no thing. So it's like this, it's not like, oh, there's nothing. It's just not how it seems to be. There's no thing.
One could say so, yeah. But there is no experience of how it actually is. It's not replacing a wrong perception replaced by the right perception. It's just the end of someone experiencing, perceiving at all. and what's left is unknown. So it's not a new experience of seeing through. It's not an experience of there is nothing real. It's just the end of that which experiences as real, which is an artificial, as a description.
Which doesn't sell it very well, does it?
Sorry?
It doesn't sell it very well.
No, I'm not sound.
Yeah,
No,
it doesn't sound very attractive.
no, it's not attractive. For me, it's not attractive. And of course, it's not selling something,
No.
because what is talked about is what happens. So it's not even inventing something new or giving something.
Mm.
It doesn't do anything at all.
Mm.
It doesn't add anything. But of course, in a way, that's what me is looking for. Something else, something new, something that adds up to my experience.
Yeah.
But it's just not there. It's part of the dream. Yes, a lose-lose situation.
Yeah.
Apparently. As I said, that's the good news, that this is complete as it is.
Shit news for me then.
So everything I taught was the whole lot, you know, past life, a story, a situation, which happens, which appears, you could say right now, is a dream.
Yes. That you are here is the dream,
Yeah.
and within that dream is the story of my past, my life, what I did. Yeah. That's not
And
wrong. That's
I've
not
been
wrong.
dreaming this for,
Your whole life.
yeah.
Well, it's whole life.
Sorry?
Was there times like that?
It's a story, but yes, before the sense of me was born. So you could say when you were 1 year old or 2 year old, there was no sense of a self. So that's when me gets born. That is when life started. Apparently, when the dream of life started, when consciousness is born, when I am or awareness. The sense of presence.
That's so right, though, you know.
Sorry?
That's so right.
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I never really questioned it.
of course
Yeah.
not. No. Me, in a way, can question everything, but its existence.
Sort of a shock, really, isn't it?
Can
Well,
Can be, yeah. Can be really short, because in a way all the work, all the suffering, all the drama, all the importance, of course, is based on that sense of
Yeah.
I am. It's all nothing, so to say. Can be quite short. can be quite a shock.
Just considering that alongside the sense of me is the sense that there's some. Oh, we've said it a million times. There's a sense that there's somewhere else. Something, other things are happening.
Yeah.
Elsewhere.
Yeah.
But I can't confirm it. But there's a sense that there is something happening. Let's say over there.
Yeah.
Things happening.
Yeah. I mean, of course, because there is a sense of that something happens here.
Yeah.
So there must be something over there too.
Yeah.
Yeah. But in fact, it starts with the sense that there is something happening here,
Yeah.
which already is illusory.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah.
so Stephen just said, because there's no sense of anything happening there, you can't get a sense of anything anywhere else.
Over there, exactly.
So there's no location.
Exactly. That's why it's spaceless in that sense. It's not an experience of space. It's just no location who invents space, so to speak, by its experiencing of present.
So space is invented.
It's part. Apparently, it's part of the dream of I. Yeah. As soon as you have here, you have an over there.
So it's
That
either-
space.
It's either a foot is further away from somewhere no.
Exactly.
But that dream, that sense of distance is superimposed on it.
Exactly. It's artificial. Artificial is a description. It's artificially added. Here and there is added as realities, but that's the only reality me lives in. Of course, I'm here and you are over there. So it experiences space. That I'm here and there's something around me, which has a.
You say that the I'm here, is that's undeniable. And you seem to be saying that it is deniable.
Yes, yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's not deniable that that is what happens there, but the center is artificial. The reality of it absolutely is deniable.
The reality of
Not
sense
as
of
a method,
separation.
because there just is. Yeah, the reality of it.
The reality of
That there is something here. That there is something. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't see it.
is there anything that's undeniable?
I mean, deniable sounds a little bit like a method.
No,
But I don't have a better word either. But nothing is real. In a way, this is not deniable, but it's deniable that this is something real. This is what apparently happens. This is not deniable. It's not that something else actually happens. It's this. There isn't anything else. It's absolutely this. But what is denied is that this is something real. This is not denied. This is it.
Right.
There isn't anything else.
And is that mistaken? That this that is it. Is that sort of reality or undeniableness of this is there is this? Is that sort of the sense that I am something separate? Is that somehow confused with this undeniable thisness? I think that's very well explained.
I mean, what the confusion is, I mean, me can't understand it. Because when I say this is it, me thinks that I mean what I experience is it.
Right.
So me, in a way, me hears this.
Right.
And looks from here, from its standpoint, out there in the room, and sees a real room and a real chair, thinks, this is it.
This is the standpoint. This is the standpoint of the experiencer.
Exactly. But that is exactly how me lives. I experience that. That is all I have, and it's immediately unfulfilled. No, not this. Yeah, nice. But I thought my enlightenment would be different.
So this,
This, when I say that, it's absolutely unknown. There is no this.
this current,
But it's also not something else. That's why one could say it's this. But this isn't something. It isn't a this. But the amazing thing is, as I said, it's not something else either. So it's this, but it's no thing.
so this is pointing to something that's not really.
Completely, yes. Yes. It's not knowable. It's not even a this. It's not an it.
Right, so that it seems to be something that's changing all the time. It seems to be.
Seems to be, but not, no. It can't, it's ungraspable completely. It's not changing. It's not still stand. It's can't, it
So you say this is a
misleading.
yeah.
Yeah. Because immediately this turns into something.
Yeah.
How it is, some reality, something you can, some truth.
Yeah.
It's this. It's no, that doesn't exist.
Yeah, it's like, this is it to me. It's like, oh, this is it. Oh, so not that over there. And it's like, there's still the notion of that, but it's like, oh, I ignore that, just this then. But what about that? You know, it's...
Yeah, me trying. I mean, for a moment, this might be even pleasurable for the me, because it might bring it back to some more basic things out of the story. That means I don't have to think about my job and stuff. It's just that here, okay. So for a moment, this can even be some relaxing. Okay, I don't have to care about that stuff. But the basic experience is that this is not enough. And in a way, it's not enough because I experience it. Because I'm already living from that personal standpoint. One could also say, me is seeking for the absolute in that part, in something that's only a part, which is the second. I'm the first and this is the second. And I'm looking for the whole in the second.
Such an infuriating dilemma, really. It's kind of...
There's no solution to this, yeah.
There's no solution.
No. I mean, fortunately, it's not real, but...
Yeah.
The more you try to understand it, the further away you go. Because
in a way, okay.
it's creating what I'm trying to understand all the time.
I mean, this setup of I experience something and I'm unfulfilled because of that, it's nothing that really happens. That's why it's okay, actually.
Yeah.
So all this thing of
Yeah.
there's such a sense of importance, or a sense of entitlement, you know, of importance. I am some, you know.
Yeah, of course.
Something,
I'm something real.
it's being instilled, you know. I'm a human. You know, all these different things. But it's hard to let that go. You can't.
Yeah, in a way, me can't really let go of it. And that's, in that sense, not needed. I mean, what we're talking about here is just the death of me. And together with that apparent death, all the rest goes. But it's not a suggestion that you shouldn't take it serious. you may end up taking that serious. It's just that, but it doesn't matter.
The death of me it doesn't come as a consequence of. It just.
Yeah, one could say, as a story, one could say, if you say there is a death of me. Yeah.
Tony Parsons says, you know, that it could be the man drunk in the gutter, it could be. There's no particular circumstance conducive to
No.
the death of me.
No. In a way, like the apparent appearance of me happens without any reason. It's just what apparently happens. Sooner or later.
It looks like the space when things move around in perspective.
Yeah. Yeah.
I haven't really asked the question, I'm just... How does that work? There seems to be a hand moves with space and getting the...
That's what apparently happens. That's just what apparently happens. But when there is someone, this someone only experiences a real hand and a real movement of a hand.
So the whole problem with this is not just mental.
No, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. The I am isn't something mental. It's a really, as a description of felt reality. So seen from the me, this message is about life and death.
Felt you don't mean as a physical, do you?
Yeah.
You do.
Yeah. Yeah.
That these sensations are something to do with me.
That yeah, I am that. I am is that sensation of I'm alive. I'm here.
So just even mentally recognizing that all these sensations are, what you said was two out there. One, me, two. The sensations are part of that. Two, TWO. Doesn't eliminate that.
No, because that one, that who which recognizes that is me.
Do you know how you said that there's one and then there's two everything else, basically?
Yeah.
Even though the sensations are recognised as part of the two, everything else.
Exactly. That's actually already something that I have.
That is actually something I like.
Sensations. Within the dream of I am, sensations already is something which I experience, my sensations. A process of sensing, of feeling.
I'm quite sure.
I don't know if I'm with you at the moment, actually.
The sense of me and the part of the conviction of the sense of me is the sense of sensation.
One could say so.
You say it's a felt.
Exactly, it's a felt reality. I am, and I experience something.
So I experience my sensations. Put sensations out there as not the number one, as number two, as everything else. You know, an object.
Yes, yeah, so to speak. Yes, yeah.
That doesn't seem to get rid of the sense that there's still an I.
Yeah. Nothing works. Nothing helps to get rid of the I.
That's what a lot of therapy is about, isn't it? A lot of therapy is about
What?
detaching yourself from those particularly emotional
Yeah.
sensations.
Yeah.
So, I'm not the sadness. It's really
I would
the
just-
core of feeling better about yourself.
Yeah, it's a strategy. It has nothing to do with that. In a way, it's in a way, it's a way to stay alive. Because me would drown in the intensity of the feeling. So it's better to step back. I mean, that's the whole thing about being overwhelmed by feelings, is the fear of dying into them. So it's better to take a step back, so you can control it and you can safely stay with it. This is not about staying alive here.
Is there a suggestion there in that there's a delay, an extremely short one, between what's happening and one's perception of what's happening?
No. I would say that's simultaneously. But the processing of the perception, that one could say is delayed. The story. But perceiving itself is on real time. So to
Is
say.
it?
I wouldn't say that's delayed.
So, but awareness would be delayed then?
No, I wouldn't say so. It's just separate. But it's instantly separate.
Yeah.
Apparently, not really. But it's what instantly happens. It's not.
So time and space happens in that, in a way, isn't it?
Sorry?
Time and space occurs at that point as well, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, of course. As soon as there is something, there is
Yeah.
time and space.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. But I wouldn't say that it's somehow later, though it's timeless anyway.
But it almost feels like life's moved on in that time.
Yeah, but that it seems to move on in the processing of what I'm aware of.
Say that again?
In the processing of what I'm aware of seems to be slower than what actually happens. But it's not the awareness of it itself. The thinking about it, the making the story about it, the processing.
You don't think they come simultaneously in that way?
In a way, everything is simultaneous because it's timeless. So it's apparent that something is later than something else. But I know there can be a sense of that. That I'm thinking about it, but actually something already went on. Which is what apparently happens timelessly. So there isn't any delay or anything. But I know it can be.
But it feels like there's a safety mechanism in the processing that prevents the seeing of everything and experiencing everything.
I don't know, I mean the process, it's just part of the dream of I am. The processing. And of course, the presence of I am prevents the seeing of everything.
As it is.
The seeing of everything is a story, by the way. Nothing is preventing me from seeing everything. It's me itself that prevents, that lives in the dream of experience. Nothing is really preventing from seeing anything.
Not even conditioning.
No, no, of course, no. Conditioning is everything, or is no thing as conditioning.